My name is Jennifer Baker. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a tech policy journalist and presenter based here in Brussels. And my job today is really to try and keep us on schedule, but also to encourage interaction and good discussions with our panelists. The theme of today is what does innovation cost? It's Accountancy Europe's digital day that's focusing on the big questions, which right now seems to be about sustainability. A few little housekeeping notes. If you want to share on social media, please use the hashtag DigitalDayEU. There is Wi-Fi, of course. You can see that behind me. It's Bluepoint and it's open, so everyone can get connected and be very digital and share pictures and images of what's going on here today with your colleagues. It's also being filmed as well, so if we do come to questions, please do say your name as well. With that, I'm going to hand over for our welcome speech to Accountancy Europe President Florent Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, and welcome to Accountancy Europe's Digital Day. This is the third year that Accountancy Europe is organizing this event, and it's the first for me in my capacity as the president of Accountancy Europe. In the last two years, the Digital Day has been concentrating and focusing on the advancement of digitalization, technology, and how the accountants are using and how the technology is transforming their work environment. This year, due to the renewed focus of the EU on Europe Green Deal and Europe Fit for a Digital Era, we are turning our focus on two themes, which is digitalization and sustainability. We know that digitalization has and technology has come into our lives in a subtle way, and now we are embracing digitalization as a positive next step. I have my smartphone, you have your smartphones with you for sure. You have a Wi-Fi, you have everything, so we cannot do without it. However, have you ever thought about how those devices are made? Where the materials are coming from? How much energy is used, for instance, to send an email? How many servers are used to send an email? All those questions are getting to another point. How do you dispose of those devices? For sure that you have in your home a lot of old devices like laptops, old phones. Yeah, I know, you are collectors, you are collecting them. But in fact, they're also getting a lot of, collecting a lot of dust there. So today we are going to get another approach, which is a more nuanced one, a new one, and we're going to talk about the cost of innovation. We'll begin first by understanding its environmental footprint, and then we'll see how, in a digital way, the digital is proportionate to our business needs. Also, we will see how accountants are taking meaningful steps to measure the digital footprint at their clients. We have 51 member organizations, and they are all, or at least a lot of them, dealing with digitalization and technology. So the most innovative of them will be awarded today via the Digital Awards ceremony. So stick to that and see who is the winner. We are also measuring today the impact of today's impact on the environment, today's event impact on the environment, to try to understand and reflect on ways how to compensate the carbon emissions that we have produced. Our program was created really to challenge ideas and to incentivize questions and debates. We will be using the Slido system in order to get questions from you, and don't hesitate to vote for the question that you want to answer the most. With that, I thank you I welcome you again and wish you to enjoy this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florian. Now we have our first keynote speaker who's going to inspire you and get everybody sort of energized for what's to come for the rest of the day. So please welcome Matthew Griffin, founder and CEO of the 311 Institute.
Thank you very much. So how are you all this morning? Is it early?
No.
See, I was up at 5 a.m, so it feels like lunchtime for me. That's it. But that's just, I'm used to getting up at that time in the morning because I have kids. So as we start talking about sustainability, how many of you this morning had a coffee? Okay. How many of you thought, where did that coffee come from? This is a futurist game, frankly. So a lot of coffee is grown in South America and out in Africa. Recently, a startup in the US produced a molecular coffee. So it's a synthetic type of coffee. They put it through trials and tests against a popular chain, so Starbucks. Basically, most people selected that one. So coffee without the coffee bean. Now, if you think about the sustainability and the environmental footprint that is associated with your cup of coffee in the morning, technology has a way to, shall we say, put things back in balance. Now, from my perspective, I'm a futurist. I'm also a strategic advisor. So from a futurist perspective, I go 0 to 20 years out. So if you're a multinational organization, typically you're going up to 20 years. But let's face it, most organizations go between 5 and 10 years. If you're a government, though, basically I go 20 to 50 years out, because if you're a sovereign government, and I work with all G7 governments and 4 prime ministers and a bunch of other people, frankly, you're sort of more interested typically on 2030 out. So if you're talking about the future of infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, welfare state, jobs, skills, employment, universal basic income, and all these kinds of things that we talk about in Europe, typically you're sort of going a little bit further out. But my background is I'm actually a park ranger. I'm a marine biologist and oceanographer. I've not always been a technologist. So I'm actually very thankful for being able to give this speech because I think it's timely. I work with a whole variety of different organizations, and on the one hand, as a futurist, when I started my own journey, the one thing I didn't really think I was going to be able to do was change basically how global organizations think about the future, how they shape out their sustainability and diversity messages or any of these kinds of things. And thankfully, I was wrong. So today, basically, I work with organizations like Accenture, so we talk about the digital future. I was with them a couple of weeks ago, and if you're going to an Accenture event next week, I'll be there. Area 2071, this is where the UAE government are trying to build Dubai, or turn Dubai into the world's happiest city. It's in the year 2071, because that's their centenary. We have Airbus, who are building out the future of electric flying cars. We have organizations like Centrica. Centrica are increasingly embracing renewable energy. They're selling off their generation assets because increasingly we can see a way for energy to, on the one hand, drive down to zero when it comes down to cost, but the rise of renewables are fundamentally changing the game. We have Dentons, basically with robo-lawyers, so Dentons are the world's largest law firms. Huawei, if you work with Huawei or Samsung, or if you have a Huawei or Samsung device, I've helped design the next 20 years of those things. GEMS education, so increasingly when we have a look at the crazy future, and I'll take you through it, there's an impact basically on your children, because we all see the future coming. And then Microsoft, future of artificial intelligence, and Legal in General. Legal in General are one of the world's top 20 global asset managers. And as a shareholder, they're able to, should we say, encourage organizations to promote the right behaviors. So again, sustainability and diversity are sort of key there. T-Mobile, future of 5G. So from my perspective, what I'm going to show you is just literally the little grain of sand in the desert. There is a huge amount to discuss when it comes to the future. So if you want to go to the website, you can download this. There are 180 emerging technologies basically in here. If you want to understand the impact of each one of them based on individual industries and everything else, you can do it in about 2 minutes. Because the one thing that is inherently unsettling about the future is, on the one hand, it seems to be getting faster, but everything also seems to be getting more complex. So I'll try and simplify some of this. And these are the little cards. You literally read them and you can figure out where these technologies are from a regulatory perspective, an adoption perspective, and all sorts of things. So I picked up the Accountancy 2018 brochure, and this came to mind. In fact, this was in it. So today, basically, I actually think that when we have a look at investment managers, when we have a look at the accountancy profession, frankly, you have the opportunity to be the superheroes of your own industry, but also of every other industry. Because let's face it, money talks. I've been into many CEOs and had conversations where a CEO said, we're happy with the business status quo because we are the biggest animal on the block. We don't want to disrupt our core business. Think oil and gas giants. They don't want to disrupt their core business because it's profitable. So as accountants, especially, you have a privileged position where you're able to go into organizations and present them with a different point of view, a point of view based on the balance sheet. And hopefully that aligns basically with sustainability and diversity and everything else. Basically, so we have a variety of different levers that we can use basically when we're encouraging organizations to do the right thing. But hopefully they do the right thing because. Now, in this particular one, the reason that this caught my attention is when we talk about hunter-killer robots, firstly, they're actually here. We have fully autonomous hunter-killer robots thanks to organizations like Lockheed Martin. It's called a fully autonomous kill chain. The United Nations last year was due to have a debate on hunter-killer robots and banning them. But, and this could be legend, but this is what was reported at the time. At the time, basically, the United Nations debate on banning hunter-killer robots didn't take place because the Brazilian delegation had a query with the previous year's expenses. And so they hadn't paid. So as a consequence, the debate on hunter-killer robots didn't take place because, frankly, Brazil seemed to have a couple of queries about who pays for the donuts. So again, expenses, money. But how many of you feel that today we are moving faster than we did 10 years ago? Hands up. Most of you. In the balance of fairness, how many of you think that we're moving slower today than we did 10 years ago? As organizations, individuals, as society, as business, whatever it happens to be. Anyone think slower? No. Part of the reason for that is we have a huge number of technologies coming through. If I asked you what you could do next year with technology that you couldn't do this year with technology, and I was in the 1980s, you'd look at the computing power, and you'd typically think, well, computers are getting more powerful, so I can ingest more information, analyze more information, and with that, I can do more things. Data as a service, whatever it happens to be. Today, though, we live in a fundamentally different place, basically, where I'm saying to you, are you digitizing your business? Are you moving your business to the cloud? What else could you do with next year with technology? Are you embracing augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, artificial intelligence? Are you doing anything with the blockchain? And all of a sudden, we've gone from you're trying to get your head around one type of technology and the impact that that has on your industry as well as the industries that you serve, and every other industry. And then when you start combining these different technologies together, you get some insanely powerful things. You take gene editing, you take a gene-edited bacteria, put it into a solar panel, you have a path to a solar panel that is 50% efficient. The energy industry has never ever considered genetic engineering basically as a way to solve the global climate crisis. From a digitization perspective as well, consider this. As we all become more connected, as we digitize products and services, and as we digitize different things, from an adoption perspective, and you'll have seen this lots and lots of times, it took 75 years for the telephone to be adopted by 50 million people. Pokemon Go was adopted by 50 million new users in 19 days. Call of Duty was adopted by 100 million users in 7 days. So at what point, as all of your different industries digitize, at what point do we start seeing a multi-billion-dollar company built in a day, where they build their product, they push it out, and all of a sudden you have 1 billion people downloading it, or 100 million, or whatever it happens to be? Increasingly, we are getting to the point where we can disrupt entire industries at global scale faster than ever before. And again, you now have this added challenge of trying to get your head around everything that's going on, but increasingly the window of time that you have to get your head around things, to try to understand the impact of X and Y and Z on ABC, is also compacting. And so we end up in this kind of mentally furious state. However, as we start talking about digitization, from a sustainability perspective, there are a lot of benefits. If I asked you, for example, about 10 years ago, or even 5 or 6 years ago, to go and sit in the middle of a field, and I say, right, I'm going to come back in about an hour. I want you to tell me what you've done in that hour. 10 years ago, basically, I would have likely come back to you and when you were sitting in that field and said, what did you do? And you would have said, well, I watched the butterflies, I saw a flock of birds fly over, and I lay in the sun. Particularly if in sunny Belgium, right? However, if I do that today, you can say, well, I spoke to my friend in Australia. The cost of things is coming down. I spoke to my friend in Australia via video call. I ordered a pizza and it was delivered by drone. I took an online learning course on YouTube and I now know about artificial intelligence or something. I sorted out a couple of contracts. I also did a health check, because when you start combining artificial intelligence with the sensors in these things, these little supercomputers that we have in our pocket, we can do some amazing things. So if I take artificial intelligence while I'm in the middle of my field, and I combine AI basically with the accelerometer on my smartphone, and I do this, I'm checking myself for coronary heart disease. If I talk into the microphone on this thing, I'm checking myself for dementia, depression, mental illness. If I look like I'm taking a selfie and I combine AI with the camera, if I look like I'm taking a selfie, all of a sudden, basically, I'm checking myself for pancreatic cancer. Because when you get pancreatic cancer, your eyes turn slightly yellow. I can check myself for skin cancer. So the effect that all of these digital and disruptive technologies have on our society is fundamentally, these technologies are increasingly democratized. Do you want access to the most powerful artificial intelligence on the planet? Go to Google, put your credit card in, or download it for free. Secondly, they decentralize everything. So primary healthcare in the middle of a field. You can stick those technologies into a phone from Samsung, for example, sell those phones basically to 300 million Africans, and you now give them access to some form of healthcare that they never had before. So we can do a whole variety of things, but it also reduces the cost of individual products and services. I just did a health check on stage in about a minute. That technology is going into cubes that are in Dubai and America and all sorts of different places. So digital technology has got a lot of benefits. However, it also has a cost. So there's two technologies represented here, and these are both underpinning our new digital world. On the right-hand side, the blue line, we have blockchain. On the left-hand side, we have artificial intelligence. So the left-hand curve is the amount of petaflops that it's taking to train artificial intelligence today. Not the whole bag, train artificial intelligence. As you can see, I mean, AI is an old technology anyway, but as you can see, kind of around 2010 to today, that line is pretty much vertical. We're now at the point, basically, where a global supercomputer called Summit sits around here. So as you can see, these models are getting more and more complex. They're getting more and more compute and energy intensive to train. It's only going one way. From a blockchain perspective, blockchain really sort of emerged in the late early 2010s. That line's almost vertical. Bitcoin, the digital currency, represents 80% of that energy. So from an energy perspective, blockchain is now consuming 6 gigawatts of electricity, which is the equivalent to Sweden. So on the one hand, digital basically allows us to do things remotely. If we digitize a product or service, we either no longer have to travel to buy it, We no longer have to manufacture it or use physical product, so there are benefits to digital. But the cost of digital is increasingly this. And these lines are going vertical, and they're going vertical fast. However, so if you have a look at artificial intelligence, in the past 7 years, the amount of compute power that we need to get gains in AI has increased by 300,000-fold. The amount of electricity that we're using to train artificial intelligence is doubling every 3.4 months. With this kind of line, it's going to get to the point where it doubles almost every day, let alone every 3.4 months. And then from a blockchain perspective, blockchain is now consuming just about 0.3% of global electricity supply. And then that's over 19 times the amount of global solar capacity or 56 times the amount of hydro capacity. That's unsustainable by anyone's measure. However, we do have a couple of technologies coming through that can help us kind of fix this problem. So now we move into the optimistic piece. Firstly, we have intelligence processing units that will let us train artificial intelligences 100 times faster with 90% less energy. They're the future of GPUs, which are what we currently use. We have new lean artificial intelligence models that are based on human-like memory, which simply use a lot less compute power to train. We also have neuromorphic computers. So neuromorphic computers, for example, will cram the power of a supercomputer, so something like the US Department of Energy Summit, which is a petaflop computer, into the size of a fingernail. But it will pack that amount of power into the size of a fingernail, but you can power that thing with a AA battery. So we have paths. From a blockchain perspective, it's always going to chew up a lot of electricity, unless you move to this one, but we've got renewable energy coming through. So 67% of all electricity today on the planet is generated using fossil fuels. We can move to renewables. We have minerless blockchains. Minerless blockchains use a type of technology called proof of authority. They don't use the electricity-intensive hashing algorithms that's creating this chart here. And we have these types of technologies coming through from Microsoft on the bottom. So on the one hand, basically digitization is allowing us to improve this planet's sustainability, but on the other hand, what it gives, it takes away somewhere else. But we do have solutions. However, when we talk about the pace of change, there aren't just the couple of technologies I mentioned earlier. There are over 400 exponential technologies. There are 180 exponential technologies basically on this starburst. Each individual technology on this starburst can either change one industry or all of them, irrevocably. Disruption from the inside out. So I'll give you a quick example, won't go through it, but this is in the codex. For example, 3D bioprinting, actually we do holographic printing. 3D holographic printing, if you have a vat of liquid and you use light, then a company like Adidas can manufacture trainers in the back of a store in about 2 nanoseconds. So that one technology eliminates all of the inventory for retailers, also eliminates all of the manufacturing in China, also eliminates the need to ship products around the world. And it's really cheap. So holographic printing. When we start talking about things like bioreactors, I'll come on to that. Bioreactors fundamentally, well, actually I'll leave that little surprise for later. Bioreactors do something quite cool. We've got flexible electronics. Basically, when we have a look at the computing side of things, we've got liquid computers coming through. If you use Microsoft Azure Cloud, basically then in 2020 you'll be able to start storing information in DNA. So we have DNA computers and biological computers coming through. China are already on the world's 5th generation biological computer where they took a video file, saved it to a bacteria, and replayed it. And we've got quantum computing coming through. Quantum computers need supercooling, so they're not particularly environmentally friendly at the moment, but they're 100 million times faster than today's computing platforms. We have nuclear batteries, we have quark energy coming through, structural batteries. So structural batteries are down here. If you want to eliminate all of the lithium-ion batteries, basically within all of today's electric vehicles, structural batteries will do that because we can turn the shell of the car into the battery. So we talked about, on the one hand, we move to electric vehicles. Everyone goes, fantastic, we're no longer burning fossil fuels. But then the other problem, I sat down with the CEO of Volkswagen a little while ago, the other problem is, well, what do we do with all this lithium-ion batteries? And then we also have calcium batteries coming through. Polymers, for example, so polymer batteries. A polymer battery will charge an electric vehicle to a 400-mile range, basically within about 10 seconds. And you can have biodegradable polymers. So there's all sorts of things. Creative machines, I'll discuss that. But you go around the wheel, you kind of get the idea. Every single technology has got an addressable market opportunity of about $500 billion. The little dots are when they mature. And then if you want a really fun one, hive minds. If you connect lots and lots of different devices together and you plug them into the cloud and you fuel them with artificial intelligence, they can all talk to one another. It's a hive mind. So Google, for example, produced a bunch of robots. You train one robot one thing, and it teaches the rest of the fleet. Same with autonomous cars and everything else. We've also given rats hive minds as well. So this stuff eventually comes to humans. It's getting closer. We connected 2 rats on 2 different continents, gave them a hive mind, and they were able to, one learnt a maze, and the other one navigated its way around the maze, basically having never ever seen it before. So there's crazy stuff. So as I say, what I'm going to show you is just the grain of sand. However, how many of you believe in magic? As Arthur C. Clarke said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. How many of you, when you came into this room, thought, it's amazing, artificial suns? Hands up. How many of you came into the room, looked at the lights, and thought, that's amazing technology, artificial suns? None of you, because you're used to it. But 200 years ago, whatever it happened to be, basically, that would have been a completely different story. Let alone basically this. So, I'm going to fast forward you to the future, and then we're going to come back a little bit. How many of you have ever seen a genuine living hologram, a proper one, like the Princess Leia holograms? So this is the world's first free-to-air 3D living hologram. It does not use glass. It does not use augmented reality. This is the real deal. If you watch science fiction movies like Blade Runner, where they have this sort of 70-foot dancing holographic ballerina, this is the granddaddy of that. But remember, technology gets bigger, better, faster, cheaper. So today this is this big, tomorrow it's that big, then it's that big, then it's that big. Then the devices that generate it, basically, which are currently this big, start getting more and more compact. Basically, the technology gets better, the technology gets more ubiquitous, it becomes more off the shelf, it becomes cheaper, and then you're buying it basically from your local retailer. This is done using femto lasers, by the way. You can interact with them and all sorts of things. How many of you got children? As we talk about the Fast and Furious future. This is a fun Christmas present. How many of you would like to stream your children's minds to YouTube in real time? Yeah, hands up. How many? Yeah. See, look, no one's putting their hand up, right? Well, if you take some digital technologies, so we take artificial intelligence, we take a skull cap. Once the artificial intelligence has learnt brainwave patterns, you can do this. So what we have here is we have a bunch of volunteers that are looking at the shape on the left-hand side, and the artificial intelligence is decoding those brainwave images in real time, taking information from billions of human synapses to produce pictures. This is already being used in healthcare, but if it looks grainy, that's because it is. 3 years ago, you couldn't do this. Fast forward 3 years, and you'll be able to live stream much higher quality movies, basically from people's heads. Don't bother telling people what you did on holiday, just plug in basically to the machine and show them. And the Russians actually have that, which is rather freaky. As you can see, it keeps going. But again, the pace of technology is accelerating. So let's move on to sustainability. So what we have today basically is we increasingly seem to have a runaway planet, basically where we have more people consuming more resources than ever before, and despite our best climate change attempts, everything looks like it's going south. So we now have creative machines that can create and innovate products.
What if you could come up with thousands of options for a single design, without drawing, all of which meet specific goals set by the designer? And from those options, pick the one design that delivers on the most important criteria, the design you couldn't possibly have imagined. This is generative design, a technology that harnesses massive computing power, creating forms with precise amounts of material only when needed, achieving maximum performance while wasting nothing. The generative design can be about much more than simply training on alternatives. Prototypes can be scanned and equipped with sensors that provide real-time performance data that can be moved back into the design process, so the object, in effect, co-designs itself. And depending on the material and method of manufacturership, the software can optimize the design for those choices. The things that limited us in the past, software, materials, manufacturing, no longer do so. With generative design, the world can look and perform any way you want it to. This is the next stage in the evolution of design, and it's happening now.
So on the one hand, basically that is about a type of technology called a creative machine that helps you design products that use the minimum amount of material to get the performance and the results that you want, whether it's a chair, whether it's a rover, or whatever it happens to be, and I'll give you a little insight into that in a moment. However, these machines at the moment basically are capable of iterative innovation. So you take a wireframe model of a drone, basically you put it into an artificial intelligence and you tell the AI that you want to create a drone using the minimal amount of material that has got these reliability and performance characteristics. The AI basically will do tens of thousands of simulations a second and it will come up with the perfect drone. And then you just pick one and you can 3D print it off in the back. Eventually, over the next couple of years, these will get to primary innovation, then disruptive innovation, basically where they're doing the thinking, they're understanding basically the problems to solve, basically, and they are starting to run things through. So we already have these machines that are starting to create new compounds, new healthcare drugs, and all kinds of stuff at a very basic level. In Australia, basically, they used one of the machines to create a flu vaccine, which has now gone to human trials, and it's better than anything else that we could have, that the Australians have come up with. However, if your children are being taught robotics, because robotics are the future, what about this one? They're not being taught this. So what we do is, increasingly, we can take a product, whatever the product is, doesn't matter whether it's carpet, chair, cars, we can put sensors into those products, we can give those products a task. This is from the University of Norway. This robot was tasked with moving from one side of the floor to the other side, and it had sensors in it. Information about its movement as fast as possible. Information about its movement is fed back to an artificial intelligence that runs thousands of simulations to try to create robot version number 2 that can move from one side of the floor to the other side of the floor as quickly as possible. A human would be able to do this, but it takes a couple of months. The AI is here. It's a lean artificial intelligence. We're not talking supercompute power. The AI designs the robot and then sends that design to a 3D printer. We don't have to send it to China any longer or whatever it happens to be. The 3D printer prints it off using the minimal amount of material, which, by the way, 3D printers themselves cut out about 80% of waste, let alone anything else, and they allow you to create tailored products on demand and all sorts of things. But if you swap the 3D printer for a 4D printer, where 4D is time, and we did this with MIT 2 years ago, what you have is a self-evolving robot that can print itself, so manufacture itself, and walk off the printer. If your children are being taught robotics today, this is a field called evolutionary robotics. This is advancing very, very quickly. That's a whole conversation in itself. However, back to sustainability. These things are so good that General Motors recently used a creative machine to shave off 50,000 pounds of weight from its cars. NASA, when Autodesk went to NASA basically with the technology and said, look, we think we have a better way to help you design lunar rovers, NASA went, well, frankly, the only thing we really care about is weight, because we take a heavy thing, we put it into a rocket, we shoot the rocket into the sky, and the heavier that thing is, the more expensive it is for us to launch it. And they said, the only way that we're going to be interested in anything that you have to say is if you can cut 20% off the weight of our lunar rovers. And frankly, we've got hundreds of PhDs, basically from Jet Propulsion Lab, basically who have been doing this for years, and they are the experts, so go away. And they sent Autodesk away with a flea in their ear. Autodesk came back 2 weeks later and said, we think we have something. NASA said, have you saved 20% of the weight off of our rovers? And Autodesk went, no. I said, well, why are you here? Door's over there, go away. Autodesk said, no, we've shaved off 30%. This is the standard way that NASA is now designing its rockets, rovers, and everything else. If you fly on an Airbus, by the way, Airbus have also picked up on this because in the A380 they're using these same technologies to create things like partitions that are 98% lighter with 98-ish% less material, but with the same performance and durability characteristics. Under Armour, if you go onto an Under Armour's website and you look for the Architect sneaker, it's $300. It was designed by an artificial intelligence. But because everything gets faster, Under Armour used to take 18 months to come up with a trainer, so the idea for a trainer, and then put it onto the shelf. You get an artificial intelligence to design the trainer in about a day. You 3D print the trainer off in the back of an Under Armour store. You've now just designed a trainer in 2 days. Time from product concept to shelf, from 18 months to 2 days. Everything gets faster. However, how many of you, since we talk about climate change, how many of you would like a pathway to eliminating 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions? Or how many of you would like it to be sunnier here? Yeah, that's it, see? Okay, so, very quickly, I said that bioreactors at the start basically were a game-changing technology. If you listen to the United Nations, in 2050, we will have wars over food because there will be 11 billion people. We don't have enough land. We could breed super cows. Basically, we could genetically engineer crops, and then we've got climate disaster coming. What we can do here is we can take the stem cell from an animal. It can be anything. So here's a weird one. So you can take it from traditional animals, so cows, chickens, turkeys, all that kind of stuff, or you could take it from a zebra. You put that, or a tuna or a salmon, you take that cell and you put it into a bioreactor.
We are making history right now.
You solve global famine with this one technology.
We're taking the first step into creating a world where everyone has access to fresh, healthy, delicious, and sustainable seafood. We're proud to announce the world's first clean fish ever to be eaten. This means fish produced entirely without cruelty. Not just dolphin safe, but fish safe as well. Are you ready? Fish is known as one of the most healthy sources of protein on the planet, and we're eating more and more of it every day. Up to 90% of the world's fisheries are overexploited or depleted. Contaminants like mercury, plastic, growth hormones, and antibiotics are increasingly making their way into our favorite foods. We knew there had to be a way to produce seafood without causing the harm that it does now. We're looking at the biochemical process that happens inside of a fish and making it happen outside of the fish in order to produce the same seafood that people love to eat.
What they've done is they've started with nothing, and they've built themselves a whole technological platform to make food in a way that just hasn't been done before. Seeing that come to fruition today was an extremely moving experience, and I think also an important one in terms of how to make these seafood.
Why did you choose to farm or fish wild fish with all that environmental and human health costs when you could just have it made by Thinnest Foods?
At Thinnest Foods, we're on a mission to revolutionize the way seafood is made.
So you can now eat fish without the need to catch fish. If you apply this to cattle, and we have a bunch of companies doing that, China just bought $300 million basically of what we call clean meat. Cattle contribute 20% of all greenhouse gas emissions. Plus, we give the people the land back. Communications, everyone and everything basically is being connected. So we have 12,000 low Earth orbit satellites going up into space now. The other 3.5 billion people on the planet that aren't connected today will be connected within the next 10 years. That either doubles your customers' total addressable market opportunities, but it also means that some of the problems that we see with digitization either accelerate, so we need new solutions, but then similarly, a lot of the digitization of products, like the digitization of food, basically can now proliferate much, much faster. Construction. So on the one hand, construction, concrete, contributes about 10% to global greenhouse gas emissions. If you remove Portland cement and you put in fly ash, you now have what we call green cement. You can now eliminate basically the carbon emissions associated with making Portland cement. That's 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. However, so what we have is we have new ways to produce new concretes. There's loads of this stuff, but anyway. However, if we now combine that technology with 3D printing, where we can only print and only make what we need, we can now start 3D printing houses. You don't need to transport basically the same type of materials to site. In Dubai, we are building an 80-story skyscraper using this technology. In France, we have people living in 3D printed homes. In Holland, they are printing a village. Down in South America, they are 3D printing an entire community in a day. So artificial intelligence can design the building, the robots can print it. The cost of 3D printing a 4-bedroom house is $24,000, and you can do it in 8 hours. This also helps solve the global housing crisis. Energy. We all know about renewables, and I won't go on about this too much, but the most solar panels that you buy from IKEA are about 17% energy efficient. The record for silicon-based solar panels from an efficiency perspective is 27%, held by the Japanese. If you trade a silicon solar panel for a Perskovite solar panel, you get to 32% solar efficiency. If you now put bacteria into that solar panel, you get to 50%. If you put graphene on top of the solar panel, you can generate electricity from snow and rain. But then if you capture the heat, the waste heat from the solar panels using a tiny technology called carbon nanotubes, which no one would pay attention to on my starburst, you can get to 80% solar efficiency. At this point, the energy revolution basically takes hold, and at this point, why would you be buying oil and gas? And the oil and gas industry basically is on a decline. Energy optimization, however, digitization again, basically if we take an artificial intelligence, basically we set that AI loose basically in a Google hyperscale data center, help it learn the patterns. Google managed to reduce the energy usage of their data centers by 20% within 2 weeks by turning on AI. So now, when you have a look at energy generation, for example, 70% of greenhouse gas, well actually no, it's not 70%, it's about 40% of global greenhouse gases come from energy generation. We have a way to get rid of that. So we move from fossil fuels, polymers, wireless charging, structural batteries, that gets rid of lithium ion. We can 3D print lithium ion batteries as well, so we can increase their energy density basically without increasing their size. Printed lithium ion, by the way, means that we all of a sudden can have electric aircraft, bio-batteries, where we turn bacteria into batteries. There's all sorts of electricity generating things coming through. Healthcare, digitization of healthcare. Basically, we have robots basically like these that are increasingly allowing us to treat people in remote areas. A robot recently performed a remote heart surgery on a patient that was 30 miles away. So now, basically, if you're building a hospital, this is just in there for a bit of fun. If you're building a hospital, you could literally have a staff of surgeons here delivering primary surgical healthcare to people in Africa over 5G networks or whatever it happens to be. We can 3D print human organs. So we're already 3D printing human skin, cartilage. Increasingly, we're 3D printing miniature hearts. So in the future, no one needs to die if you have a heart attack. We just 3D print you a new one. This is all up and coming. The timeline at the top, basically for some of these artificial organs, basically is about 2035. I'll switch that. Retail, basically, so on the one hand, retail, we actually have... So from a retail perspective, we can eliminate inventory. We can eliminate shipping and logistics completely. When we have a look at dyes, so this is where we use gene editing technology. If you go to India, basically there are rivers in India, when you say to people, what's this season's colours in New York? They say, red. And they know it's red because they can see all the toxic dye basically in the rivers around India. So using gene editing, basically we've now been able to genetically engineer bacteria that can produce any of the colour basically that's in your garments. So genes, basically whatever it happens to be, we have a way to help the fashion industry become more environmentally friendly. We can also 3D print leather, just in the same way that we can 3D print buildings and everything else. The leather industry is worth about $3 billion a year, just in the US. However, when we start talking about 3D printing things, this is the holographic technology I was talking about earlier. Remember the impact of this. Adidas produce hundreds of millions of trainers a year. What happens if you no longer need to ship them or hold the inventory?
It's 25 to 100 times faster, which is game-changing.
But we quickly realized that with our combination of technology and materials, we can make real parts with mechanical properties and surface finishes that make injection molded plastics obsolete by comparison. Embracing the idea that speed to production isn't an obstacle anymore. It's the only way forward. And our partners share our enthusiasm for reinventing the rules. Partners who are manufacturing at scale, making millions of real products.
Like us?
Yeah, like you. In partnership with Adidas, we've created a midsole that shouldn't exist so that they can make a shoe that shouldn't exist. Light, super flexible, highly durable, and printed straight from liquid. A marvel of design and function, this shoe defies logic. And whether you want to make 1 or 1 million, this is true, customizable, and on-demand mass manufacturing. This is not a publicity stunt. This is a revolution. And we're just getting started. Stop prototyping. Start producing.
One technology disrupts multiple industries. Transportation, basically we have hyperloops coming through, basically that travel at 700 miles an hour. They make the Eurostar that I'll be on in a moment look relatively slow. However, simply because we're here to talk a little bit about the future, these have been flight tested a lot. So we have electric aircraft coming through. Electric aircraft and cargo ships use something called bunker fuel. If you can electrify aircraft and aviation and you can electrify cargo ships, in China we have electric cargo ships. NASA, basically Rolls-Royce and Boeing now have electric aircraft, albeit small ones. You can eliminate 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. However, this latest technology has also been flight tested 70 times. It's less green today, but we do actually have a green version of this technology coming through. The fuel for this thing, there's a new type of green fuel for this thing that can be posted. But when we talk about the commute, basically from X, Y, and Z to Brussels, how would you like that commute to be faster? This is ready for flight tests, and the first one should be rolled out in 2024, courtesy of SpaceX. As I say, it's not that green, just for a bit of fun. So as a parting message, on the one hand, as a global society, we have lots of problems. As a global society, basically, when we take some of the ingenuity that we have as humans, when we create and when we really think about what we're trying to produce, particularly from a sustainability perspective, I've just quickly shown you a variety of different routes to eliminate 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, let alone anything else like infinitely recyclable plastics, biodegradable plastics, and all the other things I could have talked about. And this is the thing, as you have the opportunity as a profession, basically, to go into your customers, basically, and have a fundamentally different conversation about the things that they can do. Because if you take from retail's example, eliminating inventory in global supply chains, what retailer wouldn't want that? So that you can produce personalized products on demand. There are real-world economic benefits associated with all of these. Renewable energy, if I stick a solar panel on your roof, I can disconnect you from the electricity grid and your electricity is free outside of the maintenance contract for the solar panel. Yeah? In the manufacturing industry, that's about 20% of your costs cut right there. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Lots to think about there. I'm sure, like me, you were partly enthused and sometimes a little bit filled with horror at some of the things that might happen. But let's try and focus on the positives. We're going to come back a little bit. We're not going to look quite as far ahead into the future as Matt did. So I'm going to invite onto the stage for our first panel. We're going to discuss the digital environment and synergies between technology and the environment, looking at the trade-offs that are people having to make decisions in business in the coming years. So please do join me. I have Mats Engström, who is former Deputy State Secretary at the Swedish Ministry for the Environment, Marta Ivanovas, Government Affairs Manager for Europe and the Middle East at Dell Technologies, and, of course, Olivier Bouellis, who is Accountancy Europe CEO. Thank you all very much. I should say we will allow to take some questions from the floor. We'll have a bit of a conversation here first. I do also want to introduce you to Slido, which Florian mentioned earlier. If you're not familiar with it, open your browser, go to Slido, that's sli.do. Once you open that up, you'll be asked to put in a code, a hashtag, and that is Digital Day EU, all one word. And on that, you can see there's space for you to put in questions, there's a space for you to put in ideas, and we'll even maybe have some polls later on in the afternoon. But for now, let me turn, ladies and gentlemen, over to you. Matt, let me start with you. A very broad opening question to sort of allow us to get a sense of where you're coming from. Is technology a friend or a foe to the environment?
Yeah, that's a very wide question. I was thinking, I have a background also as a technology writer, and a long time ago I was involved in writing about digital democracy, and I was very enthusiastic, and it would save a lot of things when all people had access to decision makers with digital technologies. And I still think digital gives an opportunity for deliberation. But we have also seen Cambridge Analytica, we have seen influence campaigns that we did not envisage 20 years ago. So I think it can be both. And listening to Matthew Griffin's inspiring speech here, I think it would be interesting now to discuss also a little about the governance, what companies can do in their governance, what organizations can do, and perhaps also what governments can or should do when it comes to future technologies.
Okay, same question to you, Martha. Is it a friend or a foe? In your gut instinct, your first answer.
I think it's both. Like if you take, so maybe I'll actually just take a step back, because I think technology is a very broad term, and so just maybe for the purpose of the discussion, look at what that actually means. So we're an infrastructure provider. For us, when we say technology, we actually typically refer to the hardware. So the hardware is your laptop, your bigger laptop, your server, your data center, and then on top of that, you also have then software, you have the applications, content, the services that run on top. But actually, looking at the presentation we just saw, the term technology is really used for more than that. So you could say often technology is used for the fiber you put in the ground. Or here I saw on the kind of like map of technologies, there was anti-aging drugs. And so you kind of look at a whole ecosystem. Technologies like Uber or car companies now calling themselves tech companies, right? So you're kind of looking at this whole ecosystem, and that makes it very complex to talk about, you know, what is positive and what is negative. And I think the other thing is there's one side to it which is the production, and so the manufacturing, and in terms of the impact that has, and then there's the use. So those are two different sides of technology that need to be looked at. So just, yeah.
Okay, well, I think we'll try and define that clearly, what we're talking about as we go on. As you say, it's very difficult it is difficult to tease out the different elements. And we will come on to questions of software use versus hardware use, and even into things like blockchain and crypto mining, which are sort of out there as a segment on their own. Olivier, you're going to act as an observer and react to what they're saying, so I'll try and draw out a little bit more, Mats, from you. How can it be ensured that the technology sector and the ICT sector, so we're talking about ICT at this point, how do we get them to go truly green, and whose responsibility is that? Because, you know, sometimes think a lot is put back on individual consumers, a lot is put back on business, a lot is demanded of politicians. Where do you place the emphasis?
Well, I think to start with that companies that develop technologies also have a responsibility for their environmental and social impact as well, but we're mainly about environmental impact here. And I think also the users have a responsibility, and not only perhaps the individual consumers. Of course, we have a responsibility for knowing if we are buying a mobile phone, if we have the ability to know, if we have the information, we can act in responsible ways. But I'm thinking also when we talk about these curves we saw here about blockchains and artificial intelligence, that if you look at the finance sector, for example, I think the finance sector has a responsibility as a user of technology, not as an ICT provider, that you have to know what are the effects of the technology you are using. And there's an interesting policy debate now that we might come back to perhaps about how do you measure in a standardized way your energy consumption, the consumer footprint, not only the finance sector, everybody using this kind of machine learning, artificial intelligence technologies, or blockchain technologies. So I think multiple actors have a responsibility, but the companies have to take theirs.
Isn't that a big ask for those companies? I mean, they're not necessarily experts in sustainability, carbon neutrality, or energy sources.
No, but that's why I think it's also important to have other experts helping out with that. And one part of that is the accountancy business, I think, that has to develop and is developing tools for this. For example, during the Climate Week now in New York in September, the international accountancy organizations were working also on how do you implement these climate now disclosure programs like the TCFD in practice. How do you develop practical guides to do this in companies? I think that is an important step.
Olivier, what are you thinking? Do you agree with these thoughts?
Well, first of all, I have to make a personal disclosure, I think, in this conversation. I mean, Matthew should have been here, right? So I'm a very pale hologram, I think, of what he's going to say. And perhaps before going there, I'd like to share my initial reactions on Matthew's presentation, because very often when we have this conversation, I see the world as divided between optimists and pessimists in a way. And even it has a flavor of a war of religion at times. So we have conversations and technology which are basically splitting us between believers and non-believers. So it's full of cognitive bias and delusion. And I think it is important that we bring some objectivity in this conversation. And that's why I'm particularly interested in the remark that Mats actually just made. It's not the technology, it's what we do. So I agree with you as well, it's what we do. But it is also this need for objectivity that I'm glad to hear you say accountants can, play a role in this. So we have to move on this conversation beyond this war of religion and all this cognitive bias.
Yeah, I must say, I'll remind there's a Kranzberg's first law, maybe you have or haven't heard of it. It says, technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. Which essentially, his point is that it actually reflects the bias or the objectives of the designer and the use case it's particularly for. Which actually brings me back to you, Martha. Reflect a little bit more on what we were saying about responsibility and use case.
Sure. Maybe just on the objectivity and the measurement. So and maybe just back to the role of accountancy. When Dell first started looking at what's the impact of certain products in terms of carbon emissions, that was in 2013. So at that point, actually, there wasn't really a measurement. There was no kind of standard of this is how we measure this in the industry, or even how to measure it. And so one big part is, and this discussion continues, right? How do you take all this complex ecosystem into account when you calculate what the impact is? And I'll give you one example. It was on the slides before. Precision agriculture. So precision agriculture is when, as a farmer, you can put sensors, you can put a camera, you can have drones, and you're monitoring your crop or your animals, and you can do this remotely, right? So it allows you to be much more efficient in terms of managing your resources, because you can better plan when you use water, when you use fertilizer, and even you can do it remotely, so you don't have to use your energy-consuming machinery to go out there when it's not needed. So you can say that's definitely, in a way, a positive impact in terms of the environment, right? So, but then the question of use, how much does it actually cost in terms of impact on the environment to collect all that data and process it and look at it? So if the farmer is sitting and they're using a Dell laptop, that potentially is actually offsetting in terms of the emissions that you're creating by taking your tractor and driving it out there. So that might be okay. So you actually, overall, you have a net positive impact. But now you have megabytes of data coming in every day that you're processing, that go to some data center somewhere that you need to look at, and the energy that consumes, at which point do you actually then have more of a negative impact on the environment than you've saved by remotely monitoring things, right? So that's part of and it's really difficult to say it objectively, because how do you kind of calculate that? And I do have do you want another example, or do you want
I want to let Matt react to that, because I can see he's nodding along.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more dimension to this discussion about objectivity and methodology, and that is that I've been following EU environmental policy making for number of years. And I think this is a kind of tipping point now on these issues from a policy perspective. If you look both at what DG Connect and the Commission is saying, if you look at what Roberto Viola there, the Director General, is saying in his speeches on blockchain, for example, or if you look at the German government, the German Ministry for Environment's plans also for their presidency of the European Union second half of next year, they are proposing a number of policy measures which deal specifically with measuring the environmental impact of digitalization. And here I can see, I don't know how this will play out, and perhaps others here know more about this than me, but I can see in a way that there will be more focus also from the policy side on how do you do an eco-labeling of software, for example? How do you do, like the Germans want, some kind of proving that artificial intelligence applications are environmentally friendly? There's a lot of difficult issues involved here, and I think that also relates to how you do it in the company reporting, for example.
Well, you've mentioned the B word, not Brexit, the other one, blockchain. So I just want a very quick question, because this is something we'll come back to in the afternoon. Do you think we are at a peak hype, post-hype, overhyped point with blockchain?
With the applications of blockchain? Or I'm not sure. I think you are better, Martha, to answer that, or maybe Olivier. My impression is that it will be more used, but that it is changing character, that it is more of a multitude of methods, and maybe you can even discuss what is blockchain, how do you define it, but I'm no technical expert on that.
Martha?
So I think a big part of the debate that's dominating the blockchain discussion is related to Bitcoin, which is this hugely energy-intensive version of a distributed ledger. So now, since it's being debated and it is an issue, there are, and I think this is in the presentation also, there are different other versions of a distributed ledger network that would use less energy. So the debate and the kind of technology is moving into that direction in terms of applications. It is being used, but I think we are beyond at a bit of a post-hype phase, where we see it, for example, being used in as part of fraud detection in the financial sector. So that's kind of a use case, and then in supply chain also in terms of like tracking products. But yeah, post-hype.
I have to say I agree with you there, Olivier.
Well, just sharing an impression, I think, on that. I think it's both. On the one hand, regarding the applications, I think it's still overhyped. But regarding the environmental impact of blockchain, I think it is dramatically underhyped. So we've got these two tendencies, and that brings us back to what you were saying earlier. It depends not only what we do, but how we design things. And it is only now, as we've seen from Matthew's presentation, that we start taking into account the environmental impact of technologies and trying to redesign things in a better way. And the problem is that when we don't take this comprehensive approach to start with, we're creating path dependencies and locking ourselves into technologies that basically are designed in a non-sustainable way from the outset. So you made the point, I think, on the importance of measurement and objectivity, basically stealing all the points I wanted to make on the role that the profession can play. But I think there is also a very important point, which we care a lot in the field of financial reporting, for instance, which is comprehensive reporting. And if we don't take this holistic perspective, actually, on the impact of technologies, for instance, blockchain, we're not going to be able to redesign things in a proper way, I would say.
But let's talk about what does the holistic thing mean.
Yeah.
So where does it end and where does it start? And then where does the reporting come in? Because, so as a manufacturer, we're looking at the production and the transport, right?
Yeah.
That's what we say is our responsibility. So, and I know that there are question marks about whether it should go further and does it include the whole life cycle of a product, right? So how much responsibility do we have for ensuring that whole thing? So, what do you? Sorry.
No, it's good. Olivier, you were going to say.
No, maybe you continue with that, because I was going to talk a little about machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Okay. Well, we will circle back to that.
Can I just react to that? Because I think you're making the right point, hinting to life cycle assessment. And just taking an example, Twitter, I think Twitter is going around, and the engineers of Twitter are going around explaining that the environmental impact of Twitter is minimal. I mean, the amount of tweets in a year is basically generating what an American family is generating in terms of carbon footprint. An American family. It's already quite something, yeah? Okay. But it's still just a family. That is only if you take into account me tweeting. But if you start looking at the entire infrastructure behind Twitter, if you look at the internet transportation of Twitter, if you look at the energy consumption, if you look at the machines that we use, and et cetera, if you take the entire, let's say, supply chain, if I can use a word here, the impact is much bigger. And what this tells us, I think, and I really regret that the word has not been used so far, is that we are dealing with a systemic issue. We're not dealing with the responsibility of business manufacturing something here, the responsibility of us using energy. We're dealing with a totally systemic issue. We're all in this together. And that's the systemic thing that we need to break, and that's terribly difficult.
Well, Martha, let me ask you, from your background, sort of very specific, how do you go about, say, measuring the environmental footprint of, say, a laptop?
Yeah. So, like I said, there is from a manufacturer perspective, what we look at is the production and then the transport. So we do have carbon footprint description for several hundred of our products, and so I'll just take an example of a Latitude, which is like the kind of normal business laptop that you'll use, which is it's around, I don't even know how do you pronounce it. It's 250 kilograms of like equivalent of CO2, which kind of translates to around 1,000 kilometers a year driven by a normal car. So of that, in terms of carbon footprint, around 80% are in the manufacturing. But if you look at other products, so if you look at, say, monitors, for monitors, it's around 3 times the carbon footprint, but it'll be established by 50% manufacturing and 50% use. If you look at servers, which is the basis of every data center, then you're looking at 20%, 15% being the manufacturing, and 80% being the use. So how you establish kind of the carbon footprint really depends on the specific product. Yeah.
Yes, I'm also thinking, because we have studied also the way companies are discussing this in other sectors, like the steel industry, which is arguing that their total influence on carbon emissions should be measured also with the use of steel, which reduces, modern steel reduces the weight of a modern car and reduces emissions in the use. And that is complicated enough, and you can discuss the methodology there. But when you come to the ICT sector, it becomes so incredibly difficult, I think, to take in this use sector. But at the same time, as we have seen, there's another company, the NVIDIA company, that makes graphic processing units for used in artificial intelligence a lot. I looked at their sustainability reporting, and they don't talk that much at all about the use of their technology, which is perhaps the real big environmental impact of it, good and bad. They mention it, but it is not at all a big part of their sustainability report, the latest one I read. So I think, and it would be interesting to hear even more about this for the ICT sector, because it seems so much more complicated than steel, for example, if you take in the environmental impact of the use of the products.
No.
And what about also looking sort of, say, further back along the supply chain in terms of sourcing? I was moderating an event last night with the minerals industry, and they were talking about how Apple was having some problems trying to get sustainable rare earths to make its phones, because they all come from Africa, in areas which are producing them cheaply and are not being done in an ethically or sustainably responsible way. I mean, how much of it is out of the hands of the companies that are actually producing the manufacturers, you know, in terms of how far back down the supply chain can you go, Martha?
Yeah. So I think that the part of the hardware manufacturing is actually, there's been long debates and there's a lot of standards and from an auditing perspective, there's a lot of bodies that are certifying that. So I think that's an area where there's a lot of accountability. So when you look at kind of what goes into a laptop from the rare earths or there's from a conflict mineral perspective, there are commitments that we sign on as a manufacturer that kind of can go back into the supply chain where we require our suppliers to show where they're mining and certify that. But there is a point that's true that you know, how far should that go back? So is it the supplier to the supplier? Are we still required to audit them, or what about the third one? And at which point does it still make sense? So there is that discussion. But I think in terms of generally from a hardware perspective, there's a lot of auditing and transparency and accountability from our perspective in the system already.
And there's a genuine use case for blockchain or distributed ledger technology in certifying sources.
Sure.
Yeah, just say that when it comes to carbon footprint, for example, I would say the trend is that with these different programs that exist, that you have to go rather far away in the scope 3, as it is called, in this change, to look at your environmental impact as far as it is possible. But I would also like to touch on the recycling side of it, and maybe you'd like to comment on that. I think a number of companies, including Dell, are doing good things when it comes to recycling of electronic equipment. But then there are cases where this is not really profitable from a company point of view. And as far as I understand, we did a study 2 or 3 years ago. Still, when it comes to the critical metals and the recycling of substance, metals like neodymium or indium from computer screens and magnets, this is still rather difficult to make on a company-based calculation. And do you see, if I ask you, do you see a scope for regulation here, or is it just too difficult, or should companies do it themselves?
So I think part of it is that you need to look at it as a global supply chain. So, for example, take a laptop here. If somebody drops it off, which I'm going to get back to that, the dropping off part, but somebody drops it off, we collect it. It is disassembled, the different parts are cleaned, and so for the plastics, we have a closed loop system, which means we recycle all of it. So the plastics then are, and the other parts of it might get sold in the reuse market, so there are other companies that are using parts of the laptop. But the plastics will get shipped to China, which is where our manufacturing is. Then they get divided into different types of plastic, and then it gets shredded and melted, and parts of it are used in the new product. So you can have so you have blended plastic, and you will have products where up to 50% will be old plastic, and there are products where you don't have any old plastic. And the reason is that the quality of a product will also change based on how often or if the plastic has been recycled. And if you use one of our rugged laptops, the ones that you can have a vehicle drive over, you need the plastic needs to be of a certain quality. And so you have all of that system, and that's just for the plastics. For some of the other components, we might work with another company. So, for example, carbon fiber is something that's used in the airline industry, airspace industry. So we use some of that. We buy it and we use that. For the gold side of things, for example, we can recuperate the gold and put it into a new motherboard. We're actually even doing jewelry with some of the gold that we recollect. But so there's multiple uses in there, but it's a global system of trading, right? So for us, if there is a trade war happening, recycling might actually become more expensive because there is the part where we're shipping it to China. If you're talking about regulation, then where would you regulate? In the EU, in the US, and China? And then what does that mean in terms of how we're able to kind of continue operating this recycling supply chain? So those are some of the questions.
Just to get back on this issue about these critical metals, which are quite energy intense and quite damaging to the environment when you mine them, even if you try to mine them in a suitable way. This, I think, is something where you and others still don't have the methods, or you don't apply the methods to recycle them. And I mean, in other areas, one can make the argument that the European Union has set standards that are also kind of setting a global standard now, like on REACH for chemicals or on WEEE for electronic equipment. But you don't. How do you look upon this issue about the role of regulation?
But I think if you look at it in practice. So say the EU has a policy in place that some of these 200, some of these substances that are in, say, a laptop need to be extracted and reused. So you make it mandatory. Then, but how would that actually practically play out? Does that mean that we then need to, do this in the EU? Like, do we need to create a factory somewhere where we extract those substances? So this is my point in terms of in many of these instances we work with partners. So how would you kind of look at that if it's not at a global level, right? So
Well, you have to decide how far to go on this, but I'm just making the general point. I can address that, but that's depending on the time also. But my question, it also deals with these energy consumption issues. How is the scope for regulation, really? How far does it go? It also goes, actually, for these, which Matthew Griffin showed about the energy use for artificial intelligence. You can reduce that quite a lot. It's increasing a lot. And perhaps not as much as the hype that maybe some of the blockchain discussion, but you can also win a lot of energy by using what others have already done and sharing some more knowledge. But does that also mean that there should be more intervention? Apparently, for example, the German Ministry of Environment feels so. But I think that's an interesting issue.
Yeah, I think that just one last question is, it's not more of a comment, is that what we see in the market is that customers don't really want to pay more necessarily for having sustainable products. So you're saying regulation, but maybe, like a way of creating more awareness in the market is a way to then do that. What we see is that in tenders in IT tenders, especially in the public sector, a lot of the one criteria that matters is price. So if the way organizations purchase doesn't change, go back to maybe the role of accountancy, but if the way organizations purchase IT doesn't change, then does it make sense to put a regulation and say this is how we're going to do it if the market doesn't respond? So I think it's definitely an important question that needs to be addressed more, but how do you do it in a way that it kind of comes through demand also?
I would say that in other sectors, if you look at the consumer demand for green products, I think researchers would say that you see a kind of curve where you have some early adopters, and then you have a phase where rather dramatic phase, which can be rather quick, which might take a time, and then there is a change in the market, and the companies that are early can have benefits, but they don't quite know when this shift comes.
Right.
Well, I'm going to plug a product because I think it's one that shows this sort of area that you're talking about. There's a company called Fairphone. You may have heard of it, and it was a crowd-funded starter, and they are now on to iteration 3, where they guarantee a certain level of ethical resource sourcing for every single component. The first one, I had the chance to have a sample one. It wasn't great. I'm going to be honest. As a phone to use day to day, it was a bit. But the latest model is, it's comparable to some of your other phones. I'm going to get Olivier's reaction, and then I want to talk a little bit more about obsolescence in products and where we go there.
Well, maybe just a reaction on what we've just said, that customers are unwilling to pay the price, but they do pay the price. I mean, they do pay the price of the externalities. So they pay the price in taxes, they pay the price in health terms, they pay the price, and they pay a pretty high price, actually. So we don't have a choice, we got to get these right, okay. And I think, you've looked at the complexity on a global level, i.e. through the entire supply chain. There is another dimension that we haven't really looked at yet, which is just making things even more complex, which is the time dimension. We're kind of looking at the impact today. We're not looking at the impact in 5 years' time, 10, 20, 50. And that is also part of the equation. So it just makes this equation extremely difficult, okay? And we keep on saying that we can, and we've just had a brilliant presentation showing all the things we can do. The reality is that we're not. We're not doing, okay? We can do, but we're not doing. And there are two, to my view, big change makers on the game. It is businesses, because you're supplying the products that people want to buy, whatever price they want to pay for that, okay? But you're providing the products. And policymakers, you're setting the rules of the game, okay? So it is these two categories of stakeholders that can create the change that we need. And I added the time dimension because just to go back to the IPCC report now a couple of years ago, they were basically saying that we've got 12 years to change the business model of humankind. That's how I call it, okay? We've lost 2 years. We still have 10 years to go. We're in a race, okay? So I think it is time that business on the one end and policymakers on the other end take the issue really with their responsibility and the unique role they can play of providing change.
Yeah. And just to add, in terms of like from a business perspective, that definitely is a role there in business for business to commit. And but it is tricky, because how do you foresee the next 10 years? So we used to have this. Our sustainability report, in a way, was called Legacy of Good, and it was objectives we fixed in 2013 for 2020, and we just actually released what we want to do until 2030. So until 2030, we want to, for example, cut emissions of production and electricity use by half, or we want to, for every device that a consumer or a customer buys, we want to reuse or recycle another device. So those are some of the commitments that you can get. But when you're talking about externalities, then I think you come back to there is a role for policy making, because you need to look at it a bit more holistically.
Well, I did mention obsolescence, and I did also I mentioned Apple earlier. I mean, there's a new iPhone every 6 months now. I mean, is the technology developing that fast, or is it just eking out a new feature every time, so that and there will be those early adopter fanboys who will queue around the corner for every single new phone, and that is just creating waste that does not need to necessarily be created. Is there an argument for saying slow down and find the balance between what we really need versus what we really want, and how do you get companies who are ultimately beholden to their shareholders to take a step back? Let's try it. Yeah.
I think that's a good question, and I think one has to look also on what product or service we are talking about. Are we talking about mobile phones now? Well, everybody has their own preferences, but I would say personally, I don't see the advantages as much in a new model of a mobile phone now as I did 5 or 10 years ago. So maybe it has shifted that curve. Maybe. For other people, it might be different. But what I think is interesting is that this is also linked to the business models of the companies and the telecom companies in that specific case, where it's part of the business model in many countries that you get a new phone in a certain time because you have that kind of contract with the customer. And I believe that policymakers have been rather fixed on the product as such and not thought much enough about the business models, those around products, and whether, for example, in some cases, taxation or other measures should be taken also to influence these business models, like whether it's really sustainable to have these contracts, whether there should be some tax difference or some other way of encouraging models where consumers might not want a new phone every time. Then you have the question about, which I think is debated also in the European Parliament, for example, about criteria for longevity, and also the discussion about whether some companies would design for a shorter lifetime than necessary. So I think there are different aspects of this here.
Well, I mean, you wanted to talk a bit about machine learning and, say, algorithmic bias. Is there a bias towards just perpetuating the consumption model and the energy usage model that we already have, unless the AI or the algorithm is specifically directed to reduce energy consumption, it will continue to increase?
I think that is something to have the eyes on, because if we only reproduce what is already existing, there's a risk that we have solutions that are not sustainable. For example, on climate, we know we have to reduce the emissions very rapidly now, according to the climate panels and the negotiations and so. But what I think is also, I was thinking about this also during Matthew Griffith's presentation, that optimization has been taking place for a very long time. I'm an engineer with basic training. So you always had some kind of criteria that you optimize to. You have to be aware of this criteria. You have to have the environmental impacts included. But what is, I think, new with artificial intelligence is that you don't quite know what these algorithms are doing. That is also the present discussion about gender discrimination, for example, in machine learning. You can't really, these companies, they can't really say why woman did not get the same credit rating as her husband. They can't really answer that. And that is the risk also, I think, from this environmental point of view, that you don't quite know. And that is also why some are arguing for some kind of regulation of this.
I mean,
yeah. Can I? Just maybe two comments on the artificial intelligence piece. One is that before we go to artificial intelligence, I think there's other trends around data analytics and computing. So that actually help in terms of managing data. Because at the end of the day, when we say artificial intelligence, what it is, it's a huge amount of data that's being processed in some way. So what are some of the ways that some of the trends happening there? One of them is called edge computing. So it's that the compute actually moves to where the data is, as opposed to the data having to be sent back to a data center somewhere and consuming all that energy. And one example is in the context of the Internet of Things, where you can start filtering out unnecessary data closer to the edge. So the edge being, for example, if you're a retailer and you're using a sensor to monitor whether you're shipping something and whether the truck is cold because it's a refrigerated truck. So you have a sensor, and if the sensor sends data all the time about this is how the truck's doing, this is how the truck's doing, that's a lot of data that's going back and being processed. But if the sensor only sends back data when there's an issue, then that means that there's a lot less data that is being sent back, and a lot of it that's kind of being filtered out on the spot already. So there's that data analytics piece. And the other part is that we're, for example, looking at technologies within the data center that involve smart chips. So we have we've moved from the CPU, so the central processing unit, to the GPU, the graphics processing unit, and now we're moving to the intelligence processing unit, which is like an intelligent chip that has an algorithm baked in it, and that actually uses a lot of the data that comes in. And so it's a smart chip that is learning, so it's using machine learning, which means that you don't need to train it beforehand. So you don't need to throw all that data at it beforehand. It actually requires a lot less data that it can work with within the data center to make it, for example, more energy efficient and make the data processing more efficient. So you have technologies that are being developed within, for example, a data center that allow also the reduction of energy use there.
Yeah, Olivier?
Well, without entering the discussion of the environmental impact of this data mining and processing, which is massive, by the way, just a remark on the old fact that I think artificial intelligence is also, in a way, overhyped, I think, because it is based on data, you very well explained. Data is from yesterday or from today. It's not data from tomorrow. That doesn't exist, okay? So it's based on data of yesterday and today, at best. And it is therefore thinking in yesterday's terms in a way already, okay? And a great example I heard about that recently was of a guy who got the, I think, equivalent of a Nobel Prize in artificial intelligence, working for Facebook, actually, talking about self-driving cars. I mean, you, us here, it took us more or less 20 hours to learn to drive a car, and it's there forever. Even if you don't drive for 10 years, get in a car and you'll know what to do with it. Machine learning and cars, autonomous car, it takes them around 100,000 of hours, and they're still unable to deal with the unpredictable. So the thing that you and me will react to, maybe not terribly appropriately, depending on the day, okay, but we will be able to cope with the unexpected. And that's one aspect of the question, but there's a much bigger aspect of the question that I see missing in the old discussion on artificial intelligence, which is the ethical and public interest dimension. So if you take the example of the accountancy profession, I think there are great use, and you mentioned one like fighting fraud and analyzing transactions. Okay, there are plenty of great use of artificial intelligence that we can do, but I think we human beings need to continue thinking in public interest terms. What does that mean for all the stakeholders? What does that mean for future generations? What is the ethical dimension of the decisions the machines is taking?
Well, a machine is only designed to do what it's designed to do, even if it does have predictive analytics and machine learning. I mean, you mentioned the question of cars and how we could each all drive a car more quickly than an AI, but maybe we should be traveling in buses or trams.
Exactly.
From an environmentally sustainable point of view. And to come back to a little bit of that, Mads, let's talk about the green narrative, or perhaps greenwashing, and the questions of transparency and holding companies to account. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I think there has happened a lot over the years. And it's different between different companies, of course. But I feel, after working with environment for many years, that there is another sense of urgency in many companies taking climate, for example, seriously. I think all the time you have seen CSR reporting, for example, that has perhaps emphasized the good things companies are doing, that's natural, but maybe not taking up some of the difficult issues that had not yet been solved. I think companies win they gain credibility if they also sometimes can take up an issue which they haven't quite solved, but they have identified. And there's a really big risk also of a backlash if companies try to do real greenwashing in the sense that they are saying that they are environmentally friendly where they are not. I think many also recognize that. But I'm coming back to this issue still about the quality assurance, for example, of sustainability reporting. Now there is also legislation on the non-financial disclosure of companies. And I think this will be moving also more towards quantitative data. And that is interesting also, I think, from the perspective of accountancy, that this is really difficult. There's a real need for expertise and quality assurance. It's on carbon disclosure, for example. I believe there is a risk of kind of a backlash that these methods will be challenged, whether they are true or not. And I know there is efforts to harmonize this, but I think sustainability reporting will go more towards the quantitative side, and that will be rather rapid when you look at the discussions also on the policy side. I'm speaking too long, sorry.
No problem. I'm just looking at Slido, and actually quite a lot of questions, mostly from Mr. or Ms. Anonymous. I should say you can put your names on them. One point was made quite early on, I think possibly also reflecting on Matt's presentation, looking at ingenuity and the inspiring art of the possible, and perhaps we're asking, where does should we rather than can we? So could we or should we? I think we can reflect on that and come back to that, maybe talking a little bit about ethical AI. Does the panel envisage a role for technology in creating a shift to a more circular economy? Would anyone like to tackle that one before I come on for some more specific questions?
Yes, absolutely. I think there are a number of aspects of digitalization and circular economy where a number of ways of tracking, for example, products and resources can be very useful, and also on increasing the resource efficiency of processes and products. And this will be also very interesting to see now, since the European Green Deal was mentioned in the introduction opening speech, that will the Commission, if we talk about European policy, be able, how much will they be able to merge these different agendas, the circular economy agenda, the climate package, the digital Europe, and the new industrial policy? I think that is a really exciting area.
A couple of more comments that I think of areas that we've already touched on, saying, would it be an idea to urge tech companies that include internet in their business models to report on their energy absorption as an ecosystem? I think we've kind of discussed that quite a bit. Another one is, do consumers really have the tools to judge their buying decisions and understand how their footprint is influenced by their products and services? I guess this comes back to individual responsibility versus corporate responsibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Martha, do you want to respond? Yep.
Sure. So I think, and kind of going back to what you could expect from business to do. I think that part of informing consumers is definitely one that you can. So making that information available, and there's a number of eco-labels out there that allow you to actually make that decision, but it's true that as a consumer, you also need to be able to follow that. And then kind of adding on to that, for us, the customer, the consumer is also a company, right? It's not just an individual. So our companies themselves, are they educated enough, or do they know enough to make those purchasing decisions, again, going back in a sustainable way? So I think there's a lot of work that can be done there. And then on a final note, I think it also goes back to thinking about the products, the whole life of a product as a consumer. And so we all have these smartphones and these laptops sitting at home that we haven't thrown away. And so, why are we not taking action about them? And we actually have an issue in the sense that we're only collecting just under 10% back of what we're selling. We may collect other products of other manufacturers, but actually bringing a product back and having it recycled, I think that's a big part of the education that still needs to be worked on.
Okay, Olivia, a question on sort of specifically for Accountancy Europe. Following on from the discussion about conflict minerals, how is Accountancy Europe promoting awareness of the implementation of the EU reporting regulation? I don't know if you want to get into that in specifics, but tell me a bit about the role for accountancy in this area.
Well, several things. I mean, just to answer directly the question, we just issued a call for action, not only supporting further sustainability reporting and non-financial information, but also calling for more. Because we think it is actually time to review the non-financial reporting directive. It is time to expand the scope of the directive. It is time to provide mandatory minimum criteria for reporting, because otherwise this whole issue is not going to make enough progress. And again, I think we're in a race, okay? And we need to include in our thinking the time dimension. Policy making takes too long, and we don't have this time. So I think we really need to accelerate, because as we've seen, the pace of change around us is accelerating. If business transformation and policy transformation is not matching this speed, we're going to have a real problem. So that's one thing on reporting. I think we're there, definitely, and just invite you to take a look at our website. There is plenty of material on sustainability reporting. But you mentioned greenwashing. And I think we still see a lot of greenwashing around there. And I believe if we are to be serious about greenwashing, we need three things. We need standards, you mentioned it. We need standards which probably are more complicated than what we think, because this whole conversation we had shows that this is not only complex, but also systemic. So we need a benchmark, we need a standard. Now, to deliver on such standards, we inevitably need multidisciplinary expertise. So we need to stop dividing the world into consumers, business, and policymakers. But in terms of how we look technically, I would say, of these matters, we also need to stop dividing the world between experts in finance, engineers, eco-scientists. No, we got to work all together, because otherwise we will never be able to resolve these matters. So we need standards, we need multidisciplinary expertise, and we need assurance. We need to provide really a view to consumers that is simple to digest. Same thing for business. We need indicators that are simple to digest and clearly indicative. So standards, multidisciplinary expertise, and assurance. Otherwise, we will never resolve the greenwashing issue that we see is continuing.
Okay, we have a few minutes left. There are some more questions here on the app, but does anyone in the room have a question they want to put to our panelists? No? Any hands up?
Well, we can't see them, so...
Well, yeah, I think this is the thing. People are shy, and you've got another way of doing it anonymously. So, okay, let's go back to our anonymous questions then. Your discussion about innovation and business models. If Apple stops innovation, it could go the way of Nokia. Can the panel comment on this?
Yes, but I think my point was more what kind of consumer demand is driving the innovation. I mean, not commenting on Nokia perhaps, but there are a couple of companies. I worked in Japan, and there's often the example of Fujifilm compared to Kodak, I think it was. That Fujifilm was able to expand into other areas than traditional film for photography, and so I think the problem with the business model is perhaps that you lock development that is perhaps not what the consumer would have wanted without that specific business model. Their preferences might have been a little different. So I don't think that has to hamper innovation on the product side. But I also touched on innovation. I think when it comes to the question earlier about what consumers must, if they must be forced to make these decisions by themselves, there's certainly room for regulation where you take out what is really dangerous. But then I guess there has to be some scope for the variation among people, among consumers, to demand environmentally friendly products. And there I think there's a role for policy to give credibility to the schemes they are using to avoid greenwashing and to find the right products for the consumers. So I don't think there is any conflict with innovation there.
Okay, and then finally, Martha,
No, I was going to say, for example, we're considering to produce a carbon neutral laptop, but for the moment we don't have that. But there's not going to be a carbon free laptop, so are consumers willing to pay that extra for us to do that? So, and if anybody has any feedback for me, please come and tell me, because I've been asked to provide feedback. But that's part of the same discussion. Really.
And David Nyland, thank you, sir, for actually putting your name on here. Isn't measuring production impact at a dead end? Should we measure consumption instead? Is his suggestion. Olivier, reflections on that or any of the previous points?
I think Mats is volunteering, so I'll pass.
Well, I just wanted to make the parallel to the carbon dioxide emissions, where this is a huge discussion, for example, in Sweden. And I think you have to do both, because when you look at the actors, they are different sometimes, and the policy instruments, they are different sometimes. And in national states, if you look at reporting, has a lot to do with the production. They have a kind of leverage over the production that is bigger over the consumption. So I think you need both the measurements and the measures for both sides.
Well, to look at that on, a state level, just to kind of build on it, I mean, actually, in terms of measurements of what is a measurement of success, I mean, our current measurements of success for a country tends to be constant economic growth, and maybe we could move to other metrics like wellness and happiness and health.
Yeah. Well, happy to comment on this one, because if you look at GDP growth, which is the only thing we're obsessed with, okay, the curve is absolutely parallel to carbon emissions. I mean, we have fantastic companies like yours making plenty of efforts to reduce their individual carbon footprint. Still, globally, the two lines just follow exactly the same trend, and it's upward. So that's, I think, the sign of the systemic problem we've had. You were talking about a particular phone company that seems to have a couple of judicial trials in a few countries in relation to planned obsolescence. That is also another dimension of the issue. But I think if we're really serious with ourselves, we need to change the measurement, I agree. But there has been plenty of work in accounting terms and also in more global economic terms. I mean, the options to replace GDP are numerous. The take-up, nil. So that is where we're short of action. And that is where I believe collectively we're not serious about this issue. And at the end of the day, I think what it really means is that we need to change the way we do business. So right now, just to take your example of a phone company, I mean, the purpose is to increase sales of product. And if we continue doing that, these two curves will continue on the same trend until they hit a wall, which is getting pretty close. So we need to think about how we make this whole game circular, how we provide more services than products, how we create more efficiency in the use of natural resources and energy, how we invest more in robustness and repair, and how we recycle. And that is the new business paradigm that needs to emerge pretty quickly now.
And where do you see Europe fitting into the global sort of hierarchy, if you like? Should Europe be leading on this? Can Europe lead on this? Are we behind? Is that even the right way to think about it? Should we be thinking more inclusively on a global level?
Depends where you look at it from. If you look at it from inside the EU, there is some pessimism around. As soon as you get out of the borders of the EU, everybody looks at the EU as a thought leader in this field and really a policy-making body that is making all the right things to try to move this agenda forward. So maybe Europe could be a little bit prouder, and maybe Europe should continue, I think, showing leadership in this field. But also, the difficulty that Europe and the member states are facing is that this is a kind of prisoner dilemma, if you want, okay? So the main impediment to moving is, well, if you don't move, I don't move, right? So I think the Green New Deal and some of the rhetoric that we've heard around it on also thinking about, border tax and other things like that to try to redress this competitive issue, basically, are something that we need now to be a little bit braver about and really have this conversation. It is a global issue, but someone has to move first, but someone has to move first in a smart way so that it is not impeded by its main competitors, I would say.
Nice.
I'd just like to echo that. I was working as innovation counselor in Japan for Sweden now 2 years, and it's clear, as you say, that if you look at Europe from the outside, and also from travels in Korea and in China and talking to people there, they see the EU as a forerunner, and the EU is setting standards that are respected. And I think there is a truth to that, if you say rhetoric that is used sometimes by the Commission, so that Europe has a power in setting global standards, and this is a field where there's a good opportunity of doing that.
Okay, I don't think there's any questions in the room. Last chance. No. Okay. In that case, I'm going to flip it back at you, and I'm going to ask a question of the audience. I'm just going to ask for a show of hands, and I'm going to ask you to be either optimistic or pessimistic. So who's optimistic about the future of digital in solving sustainability problems? Who's pessimistic? Well, we'll do our best to convince you over lunch. Please, Olivier, yes?
I didn't raise either hand, actually. It all depends on what we do with it.
Okay. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch and are all recharged for this afternoon. We will have a coffee break halfway through, so do keep your eyes and ears open and hopefully engage with what we're going to be discussing this afternoon. To kick us off and sort of reset towards the next session, I'm going to welcome to the stage the Head of Advanced Technologies and Digital Transformation Team in DG GROW at the European Commission, Jordana Lefatharidou. It was a struggle. I won't deny it. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here with you today and update you on the latest developments on advanced technologies, but mainly I would focus on artificial intelligence and what this means for the global, but also for the European economy. Let's see whether I can have my slides. Yes, they are. First of all, I would like to set a little bit the political context. As you all know, we are expecting a new commission to take office, hopefully, as of the 1st of December. And this is an extract of the new political guidelines of our new president-elect, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, who, for the first time in the history of the European Commission, puts 3 major political priorities on equal footing. And those are an economy that works for people. Many people question that, and they said, as compared to what? Compared to people who work for an economy that does not understand them. So this is practically the social dimension in our economy, but also putting the European Green Deal and promising to deliver on a European Green Deal in the first 100 of the new Commission, and a Europe fit for the digital age. And it is indeed the first time that the technological, but also the environmental friendly dimensions are put on equal footing with the economic dimension. These will be the guidelines that will prescribe very much where the European Commission is heading in the next 5 years. Now, out of the whole range of advanced technologies, I would like here today, given the limited time we have, to focus on one, to my opinion, the most important one, which is artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, as I mentioned, ticks all the checklist. So it will be of huge importance for our economy. It will be of huge importance for our society and our environment, because it can provide solutions to many of the challenges our economy and our society faces today, but it can also cause some issues. So it is a very, I would say, mighty, a very powerful technology that, if used for the good, it can provide excellent benefits, but we have to also be cautious, let's say, of how to alleviate any bad or negative impact of these technologies. So some examples only, I'm sure you are pretty aware of all this. For healthcare, for example, we will see major applications of artificial intelligence. Already now, as we are talking, special types of cancer diagnosis are being done better by artificial intelligence than by medical doctors. In the area of energy efficiency, it is pretty much the same. Only Google, to mention an example, last year they announced that they managed to save 40% of energy in their data centers by using AI algorithms to optimize the energy consumption. Of course, mobility and road safety, we are talking here for the driverless cars, connected, clean, and autonomous cars that will practically reduce dramatically the number of accidents and the number of fatalities on the roads, and will, of course, contribute to a greener environment. Cybersecurity, and many, many other examples. Practically, artificial intelligence will, will have an impact on all types of occupations, jobs, and sectors that we are currently known in different ways. Now, let's size a little bit the impact of artificial intelligence according to many consultants, but I believe on the numbers they are mainly converging towards more or less 13 trillion euro will be the size of artificial intelligence worldwide by 2030. If you see that in the map, of course, United States and China are currently being positioned to benefit the most from artificial intelligence. Europe is only the third in the row. Our reflection is then how we can make sure that Europe does not miss on the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence. And this is why I will explain the policy that we have taken from the European Commission. This is a little bit the member state situation in the so-called Artificial Intelligence Index. You see that the US is, for the time being, front-runner, but China is gaining a lot of ground every year. But you also see some European countries, especially the northern European countries, they are pretty much gaining a lot on annual AI-led growth, which puts us in a, I wouldn't say advantageous position, but put us in a position to take part in the so-called AI race, although I'm not I do not fully agree on this race argument. I believe we can all take benefit from the AI without having a zero-sum game. Now, there are many European strengths, and those European strengths are the industrial strength. So Europe has a traditional strength in manufacturing. Manufacturing will be impacted a lot by artificial intelligence. The question is how we can use our strengths and not lose our global leading position in the manufacturing sector. Europe has a high rate of artificial intelligence players, and I mean here both research players but also industrial players in the sense of developers of AI solutions. Europe today stands for 25% of global AI players, very close to the United States, where you have 28%, and better than China still. but this is changing very quickly. So we're starting from a good basis. Although, if I analyze further these numbers, European position is stronger on researchers for AI and less strong on industrial development of AI, and this is why we are working in this area as well. We have, though, however, a world leading position on robotics. We are actually outperformed both China and the US. We have excellent research center. We have a great potential for industrial data. It is a potential that has not been released yet, but there is there. And of course, we have common rules for data protection, free flow of data, and our valuable European values. Here are, again, some numbers which demonstrate that practically Europe is not so far from the US, and in particular in the smart robotics area, as I said before, we outperform the US market. So potential is there, we are well positioned. However, we have challenges as well. Although, as I said, we are global leaders in manufacturing, we are not yet in the leading position in the area of data platforms and taking profit, sharing data. And I'm speaking here not about consumer data, I'm not speaking about the Facebooks and the Googles, I'm speaking for business data, especially if Europe has a potential to lead, it will be in the business-to-business area on industrial data. Then small and medium enterprises in particular are lagging very much behind in taking up all type of advanced technologies, and in particular data analytics, artificial intelligence. We are still lagging very much behind our main global partners, I would say, or rivals. This is why in the last years already in the Commission we have taken up a number of strategies to support the industrial, I would say, the industrial competitiveness, productivity, economic growth. And some of them are of generic nature, and the ones I have in blue here, they are AI, artificial intelligence specific. But I would like you to know that all of the other policies, so the single market, the digital single market, the renewed industrial policy that was adopted 2 years ago, in 2017, the digitizing European industry strategy, they all have artificial intelligence as a strong element in their picture. On the top of that, in the last practically year and a half, the European Commission adopted 3 strategies on artificial intelligence, which is quite high in so limited time of so limited amount of time, and which demonstrates how serious and how strategic we see artificial intelligence to be in our economy. So in April 2018, the first strategy, an AI for Europe strategy. Then in December, 1 year ago, December 2018, together with the member states, we adopted the coordinated action plan on AI in order to direct all efforts of the member states towards the same direction. And more recently, in April 2019, we had another communication on building trust in human-centered AI. Practically all of these 3 policies, they are acting along 3 pillars, and those are the economic pillars. So we would like to boost technological and industrial capacity of artificial intelligence, but also leave nobody behind, so take care of the socio-economic impact. This is the impact on jobs practically, jobs that will be displaced, new jobs that will be coming. And the third pillar will be about the ethical and legal development of artificial intelligence. In other words, in the third pillar, we say in Europe, yes, we would like to take the challenges of artificial intelligence, but we would like to develop them on our own terms. We don't simply want to follow China or US in this race, but by setting up our values and our principles for ethical development of AI, we wish to create the European way, the third way, the European way. Now, a few numbers here. What the strategies foresee is, of course, a focus on investments. Here you have some comparisons. Dates from 2016 practically demonstrates that Asia is already investing 3 times practically more than Europe in the area of AI, and the North America, United States, they're investing 5 to 6 times more than the EU. So there is a tremendous gap in investment that we have to bridge practically. This is why in our strategies we are promising, and we commit actually, to invest 20 billion euros on AI from now to end of 2020, and then 20 billion each year until 2027. And of course, there is a commitment to create and grow the European data space that I said they are still to be released. There is a huge potential, and open access to public scientific data. Now, this, I would like to clarify, is not European Commission money alone. No, we never have this type of budgets, but this is joint coordinated effort with the member states to create investments for the uptake of AI. Just an example, which is a small one, of the different financial programs and financial instruments of the forthcoming financial framework, but it is a new one, that's why I would like to mention that to you, is the Digital Europe program. The Digital Europe program foresees, for the time being, this is only a proposal by the European Commission. It has not yet been accepted by the member states and the parliament, but it foresees 9.2 billion for the uptake of advanced technologies by industry and small and medium enterprises. Out of this 9.2, 2.5 billion are only foreseen for the uptake of artificial intelligence. All this will be completed, shaped, as I said, with the new Commission and with the Member States, but it is one additional instrument that we have in our agenda right now. The other area that I mentioned is the socio-economic impact. So what will happen to the jobs? Practically, you will see later that about 70% of people today, when they are being asked what is your opinion of advanced technology and AI, or will robots take your job, 70% they have a negative opinion. They believe that yes, robots will take our jobs, which will be partly true. I will explain in a moment. But here, we are taking care of those who will be mostly affected by this displacement and how to prepare them with the skills that they will need in the 21st century. Practically, the lack of skills is considered as the #1 barrier for small and medium enterprises to adopt artificial intelligence. So indeed, there is a gap there. They cannot find the skills they need. They cannot find the talents they need. And there are different ways we are currently exploring. One is, for example, to modernize the national education and training systems, to allow for interdisciplinary approach. So we see, as I said, AI working together with law or with psychology or a number of other disciplines that one would not expect to see technological areas because it will be used in all those areas. We need to encourage more girls in STEM, science and technology and engineering professions. And this is particularly relevant for artificial intelligence because there is a risk of biased AI solutions if, for example, there is no adequate gender balance in the development of the solutions. We need to anticipate, as I said, there will be changes in the labor market. We need to anticipate and take care of those that will be mostly affected and prepare for the transition. We need to adapt the skills that industry needs, so not only the young people that will go out from the universities today, but industries like automotive industry, pharmaceuticals industry, and so on will need talents. Their workforce will be displaced. How will they prepare their workforce for the future? So those are all big questions that concern our industrial players, our small and medium enterprises, and of course, us as policymakers, and we are developing actions in all those fronts. On the last pillar, that was the ethical development of artificial intelligence. Practically, the communication that went out in April has foreseen three principles for the development of artificial intelligence, and those are lawful, ethical, and robust AI, robust both from the technical and social perspective. And it came, I will not bother you with more details, but it came with seven requirements, that the AI system should have in order to be considered ethical and lawful and trustworthy. These requirements, as you can see, transparency, human agency and oversight, privacy, diversity, technical robustness and safety, they are quite vague at quite high level, but they are coming along with a complete list of 131 questions that help AI developers and organizations to ensure that they are conformant to the requirements. The whole exercise is currently under pilot, so I have asked the AI community, the AI players in Europe, to test these guidelines and the 130 questions by the end of this year, so by December. And based on this feedback they will give us, we will be able to perhaps shape it better and come with a more simplified, more appropriate, complete, toolbox for AI, for ethical development of artificial intelligence. Now, I would like to share a few findings from a particular work we are doing in my unit in DG Grow, which is the DG responsible for internal market, industry, and small and medium enterprises. And we are working, among other things, on identifying the most critical industrial applications of artificial intelligence in strategic value chains. Now, perhaps as a preamble, there was a high-level group last year that worked on identifying what will be the most strategic value chains where Europe has the potential to lead in the coming years. And they came with a recommendation of 6 strategic value chains. I will mention them in a while. And then, with this exercise, we wanted to see how artificial intelligence can, one, accelerate the development of strategic value chains in Europe, and second, what are these critical applications and what are the European players, and how we can better strengthen those players by creating a market for them in Europe. The work is still ongoing. It will be completed by February 2020, but I would like to to share with you some findings already. For example, our work analyzed already what would be the potential impact on AI and strategic value chains, and they came with this 13.5% on incremental GDP. So they expect AI to increase the GDP by 13.5% by 2030. In the meantime, by 2025, the impact will be much smaller, only 1.8%, because it will cover up for the huge transition costs. And this is a more analytical view of the positive in blue and the negative impact in gray. And then the overall net impact of 1.8 by 2025, this will be 13.5 by 2030. But as you can see there in gray, there will be a very negative impact on the transition cost. So companies, societies that will have to pay the cost of the transitions will, of course, not see the benefits immediately. And then the other thing I would like to mention is that there will be negative externalities. So the spillover effects to the economy are going to be most probably negative. And this refers to job displacements, task displacements, and this is the major issue that will occupy policymakers and companies in the future. Then we went further to identify what is the role of small and medium enterprises in this one, and what would be the impact if, like the situation is now, small and medium enterprises are lagging behind, are very slow in taking up in general technologies and more in particular artificial intelligence. So indeed, if small and medium enterprises do not follow the rhythm, the potential positive impact in GDP growth instead of 13.5 will be only 8.7%. So this is why we need to concentrate more on our small and medium enterprises. Of course, the barriers for small and medium enterprises is that they have limited access to these technologies. They do not understand these technologies, what can be the business case for them. It is very, very difficult, very, very complex to explain. They have, of course, limited access on AI talents and skills to help them understand what AI can bring to their businesses. And, of course, limited innovation capabilities because of that. Then if we go deeper and see what would be the impact on jobs or better on tasks, this is how the picture will be. Now, this is not the impact on jobs, as I said, but rather on tasks, because we found out that less than 5% of occupations of jobs are fully automatable, so people will need to be displaced completely. But about 60% of occupations have at least 30% of automatable activities. So some people will see part of their tasks being automated and then part of their time being freed up. If we calculate the full-time equivalent of the displacement of tasks, we will most probably end, according to today's projections, to a negative impact of medium, I would say, negative impact of minus 4.6%, which is the loss of full-time equivalent of jobs overall in the economy. This spreads differently in different value chains, but we will have already to see how, and as a society, we are going to deal with this negative effect. Here we try to do the same exercise with some countries at global level, and we aggregated countries in 3 archetypes: front runners, middle adopters, and then late adopters. And you see here the curve, and even for the front runners, they all have practically similar curve. So what will be true is that between now and 2025, they will have a negative impact because of the transition cost. But those who are investing now, the front runners, will then go up again and will gain some of the loss. Still, though, by 2030, the effect will be negative. However, those that are doing nothing, the opportunity cost, let's say, so the late adopters or those who are doing nothing will continue going down all the way forward. So here there is a clear message that we cannot simply wait and see. Here they are the 6 strategic value chains I mentioned before that have been identified by a high-level group, and those are future mobility, practically the clean, connected, and autonomous driving, cybersecurity, hydrogen solutions and technologies, the industrial Internet of Things, low-carbon industries, and smart health. And we analyzed all of them to see where artificial intelligence can play a most important role, and we came up with the 3 that now in a box, which is smart health, the industrial Internet of Things, and the future mobility. So we concentrate our research into those 3 areas, and we calculated, but I will not bother you with all the details, we calculated the impact per value chain, and we found out practically that the industrial Internet of Things, because of the horizontal and cutting-cross nature, they will have the largest impact on GDP growth. And we also calculated the same exercise on the labor market. And there you can see that practically the labor market effect will be negative in practically all the value chains, with the exception of the smart health, where we even expect a positive, because, again, of the displacement of tasks, a positive impact by 2030. Still, by 2025, which is the gray area, will all be negative. Then the exercise went further and they tried to identify in each strategic value chain what are the most critical applications, the most important applications. Here is an example of the future mobility only, but we did that for all the three strategic value chains. So applications like predictive services, predictive maintenance, autonomous driving, mobility planning and analytics, robotics delivery, and things like that. They came with a much meticulous strategy to identify the most, again, critical applications. And they also identify their economic, social, and environmental impact. You share some of the findings here. But also, what are the European players in this area? So the idea is to map what are critical for Europe, where are the players on this one, and then based on this finding, find out what policy measures can we take to support the AI ecosystem practically. Then came with a, I would say, rather classical policy framework to see where are the barriers for the uptake of AI. Clearly, there are barriers. Sometimes, of course, the regulatory framework is stable, so everybody has to comply with that, but sometimes this can create opportunities as well. And then the input factors for policy is research. As I mentioned, Europe is rather strong on research in this area. Then investments, infrastructure, and skills are the areas that are considered right now as barriers for the both development and uptake of AI. And then what is considered success factor is the creation of this AI ecosystem, so providers, suppliers brought together to fill in the needs. And what is also very important, indeed, as one of the success factors is the communication. Social acceptance currently seems to be rather low for this type of technologies, just because fears, let's say, outweigh any other positive effect. So the way we communicate about these technologies and the potential they create, but also the negative, we have to be frank. I mean, the negative impact that they may create, and how, as a society, we face this negative impact will be very important. Will be actually decisive on how our society accepts these developments. Yeah, this is still work ongoing, so we are not yet at the policy recommendations, but this is, I would like to share with you the framework on which we are working, and then to say, please stay tuned, because the report will be finalized in February, and we expect to have a big conference to disseminate the results here in Brussels on the 18th of February, 2020. With this, I believe I will stop here, and I thank you again for your time and your attention. Would be glad to take any questions that you may wish to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll leave the questions at this point and circle back to them if people to allow you to jump in and out
Great.
after our next panel, because we have a little bit run over time. But with that, we're going to move on to digital in proportion with our business needs and the social aspects of sustainability. And for this, I'd please like to invite the three panelists. We have Louis van Garderen, who is the founder of Johnson & Spice, Ainsley Demery, who is CEO of Clarity, and Sebastiano Toffaletti, Secretary General of the Digital SME Alliance. Help yourselves to a seat. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. I think, first of all, we'll get you to just spend a minute or two, just introduce yourselves and your organisation. Sebastiano, as you're next to me, I'll let you go first.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Very happy to be here with you. My name is, as was said, Sebastiano Toffaletti. I represent the European Digital SME Alliance, which is an association based here in Brussels that represents IT SMEs. These are the companies that we call digital enablers, the companies that bring the digital revolution to other companies. So providers of software, providers of technology that whose job is mainly to provide those technologies to other companies. We represent approximately 20,000 companies across the continent, and we try to be the voice of this industry in Brussels.
Okay, Ainsley, I think we know who you work for.
Yeah, we brand everything. Don't stay on the stage too long. Absolutely, phone covers and everything.
Tell us a little bit about Clarity.
Yeah, I'm a reformed accountant, so sorry. So I left KPMG and joined a regional firm in the UK. We were very early adopters of cloud technology and won a number of awards for the way that we used technology to drive customer service and drive added value solutions. I left and sold that business because I wanted to create more of an impact, and I joined with other reformed accountants, and we created an online business advisory platform for accountants to be able to help small business owners understand their numbers and how to improve them, how to build a step-by-step action plan to actually achieve success, and using an online data room powered by blockchain to enable them to build a governance document and an ability to get access to the right type of finance and funding for the right price.
Okay, and Louis?
Yeah, I'm the founder of Johnson & Spice. We started an auditing firm, so I'm unreformed, as you say. We are an auditing firm mainly focusing at the audit segment and also in the accounting segment. And we only serve clients in technology media environment, which makes us a specialist for technology firms, actually. We are not only an auditing firm, we are also a technology firm. We call ourselves more a tech firm than an accounting firm because we highly invest in the back side of our company. We developed our own package, and we are now making the first steps towards AI and forms of robotics. So somehow I am reforming as well, but it's much slower than you.
Yeah. Okay, well, a general question then, just to kick off the discussion, and it's a very broad one, so you can feel free to tackle it how you wish. What, particularly for SMEs, as opposed to the big multinationals, are the challenges of technology? Ainsley, I'm going to let you start.
I think I'd probably like to take a step back, first of all. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge what small business owners, the challenges that they're facing before we get into the tech side, because I always believe technology must provide the solution. It's not something you chuck on top. And, you know, much around the world, the numbers in the EU are pretty similar across the world. In the EU, there are probably 25 million small businesses. The numbers are hard to find because in those stats, there would be 2 million for the UK, and we know there's 5.7 million, so I don't know where all those numbers come from. But if we assume that the percentages are pretty accurate, and they represent 99.8% of all businesses in the EU, they employ more than 66% of all EU's private sector citizens, and they account for more than 50% of added value for the EU. So small business is absolutely colossal. They power the economy. However, the survival rates of small businesses are woeful. And in the EU, it's probably between 4 to 5 businesses survive more than 5 years. And when we go out to 10 years, those numbers tend to be 1 to 3. They're harder to find. So we need to be understanding the challenges and why small business owners are failing, and we need to make sure that they adopt technology to actually achieve better success.
Okay, Sebastiano, same question.
Well, first of all, I'd like to question a little bit what we are talking about, because I am sometimes speaking to people, we sometimes have the impression that some SMEs take this technology investment, or we call it digital revolution, digital transformation, as just buying a product off the shelf. And this is not like buying a washing machine, right? We are talking about a digital revolution. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, okay? So for us, what does this mean? This means really that we have a lot of opportunities and also big challenges. You just think about it through the platforms, the online platforms, the mobile technology and so on. In a click, you have access to billions of consumers, which is something that just 10 or 20 years ago was simply unthinkable. At the same time, the new entrants of this digital economy have really disrupted many sectors, and have changed completely the landscape. Think about what companies like Uber or did for the taxi industry, or Booking.com did for the hotel industry. Really big disruption. So can we just consider this as simply buying an off-the-shelf product, or should we rather go by talking about a complete change in mindset and a complete change in the business model? We obviously, the answer for us is obviously the second, because then we can have our SMEs staying on top of the revolution. Otherwise, we will be talking something that was done, 20 years ago, where you just go and buy a computer, or you just go and buy an office software and install it, and that was it. Nowadays, it is completely different. We have to completely change the business models, work on data, work on cybersecurity, work on cloud computing, really IoT, work on new technologies that disrupt our own business model. I can continue later, but I wanted to speak.
I want to ask you a question. What's the difference between a startup and an SME or any other business? Because you mentioned Uber, and Uber, I've been to a lot of events with Uber reps on the panel, and they say, we're a startup. And I think, no, you're not. You're a massive international firm that's, doing very well, and, there's even debate about whether you're a tech or a transport company. So I mean, how do you define startup as compared to other SMEs or other businesses, or just new budding businesses?
Well, when you mention Uber or those type of companies, we typically refer to them as unicorns. So startups that have reached the international stage and that are very successful. Mind you, when we speak about this digital revolution, we typically say, okay, the Silicon Valley has mainly won the first wave, which was the B2C, so business to consumer. And they have very successful companies like Uber, like Facebook, and so on, Google, etc., which really are providing the business to consumer services. But what about the second wave, which is the B2B, the business to business? This is where we believe our companies, our SMEs in particular, can still do something. So in the adoption and in the provision of those technologies, because we don't see Europe as just being a purchaser of technologies, we see Europe as being also a developer of technologies.
Okay, Louis, where do you sit sort of on this spectrum where technology is something you bring into the business to enable it, or technology is what is the actual sort of function, creation, disruption point of the business?
Well, actually, I totally agree with you, Sebastiano, on what you say. It's not a matter of buying technology. It's a matter of being a technology company. That's what we have discovered ourselves as well. We have been around 6 years now, and we are really focusing on the automation part. And that brings us farther. And not buying solutions, but being an automation firm. That's, I think, first. Second, what I would like to address as well is the success of a startup is different from a normal SME. In that sense that the growth rates are much different. They have to make steps forward to somehow consolidate their successes. That's, I think, typical bounded to a startup, whether it's small or large or very large like Uber. That also brings in that you need a much different way of guidance from your advisors around you. If you are a fast-growing, fast-developing company, then you need advisors around, because it's much too much to do it on your own.
Well, let's talk about the company that's already existing and has been doing its moderately successful business in its moderately successful way, which, is a lot of the backbone of day-to-day cities and countries and so on across Europe. I asked about the challenges, and Ainsley, you came back straight away and said, no, they're enablers, but there must be challenges as well in adapting old business practices to new digital solutions, because there is certainly a reticence sometimes with change management. Possibly there's legacy systems to rip out. How do you advise people to go about dealing with that?
I think the first thing is that technology isn't a panacea. So it is that enabler, and I think we need to think about adoption of technology much like we would adopt or we would take on a new hire. So we need to do the research, we need to understand, we need to to properly interview and question and see where that technology is, how it can help us, where it is, if it's a startup itself and is promising way more than it can actually deliver. We need to bring it in and induct it properly. We need to introduce it to our systems and processes. We need to train. We need to introduce it to the team and bring it into the organization. And I think there's a massive trade-off for small businesses, and this is the particularly big challenge that they've got to face, is do they take a piece of technology and adopt their systems and process to actually fit that technology? Or do they accept that this technology is groundbreaking and they've got to adapt their systems and processes to accept the technology and just go with it? And how do they make that decision? Who do they trust in that decision? And that's a massive challenge.
Yeah. There's another way to look at the same thing, because I totally agree with you. I mean, the issue actually applies how you adopt these technologies, not just to SMEs, but to any company of any size. And this is particularly an issue in Europe nowadays, because there's no secret, we are a bit lagging behind. If I ask you one simple question, tell me in 10 or 20 years' time, who do you think will build the car of the future? Will you tell me Mercedes, BMW, or you name it? Or will you tell me Apple, Facebook, or Google? Probably the bet will be the second, okay? And this is perhaps, helps us reflect on the fact that it's not just buying a piece of technology and, making sure somehow we work with it. It is really completely changing our mindset and becoming technology companies ourselves. So I know this is going to be a lot of pain. This means suffering, but there is no alternative. Some of you, for instance, may have heard some weeks ago the first hearing of Commissioner Vice President Vestager at the European Parliament. She said, and I remember the sentence because it was very clear, there are only two types of companies, those who are digital and those who will become digital. Yeah. There is no third possibility, and we see a lot of companies out there which are obviously not there yet, and do we see a future for them? Frankly speaking, if I have to think about in 10 or 20 years' time, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure for the small ones, but even for the big ones. So, yeah.
I'm a bit concerned if you say this because we are focusing on tech companies, so that means that we are focusing on the world. It's a little bit of a danger.
You have a big market for you.
Never mind. Talking about the differences between large and small companies, we endeavored that ourselves. We are a small company, we're with staff of 12 now, and we are developing a data warehouse behind our audit package. It's a little bit technical, but the data warehouse gives us the possibility to build blocks on it with AI and with parts of robotics. And we see that what we are developing is also being developed by the large Big Four companies. It's logic that they are doing this. It's, you would say, not logic that a company with our size would do this as well. But we do, and we have been, we doubted a few years whether this would be our path. We are specializing on technology anyhow, but we were doubting. But now we see that there is a great advantage for a small company to act in the same way. And the biggest difference is that the agility is different. If we build something, tomorrow we throw it away, and the day after tomorrow we have something new. For example, we have our data warehouse, and in 6 weeks' time, we were able to introduce robotics. 6 weeks' time. And we know from the talks that we have with the Big Fours, because we have a very good relationship with them, that they take many months before they can realize this. So there is a difference that we should not forget. Small companies are very flexible and fast.
And what about investments? I mean, what about, there's a lot of hypes out there. There's the next big thing. If you're a smaller company, you've got to be quite judicious in where you put your investments. And is there a danger of being an early adopter and rushing to something that may become obsolete or may not pan out the way you expected, versus the danger of not getting on the train soon enough? Where do you see that? Where's that perfect point?
Maybe I can add one thing to this, because this is our challenge. And we do know that as long as we think big and build very small, then we know that we fit in what is happening around us. And as long as you are able to envision that, then you can also make better decisions whether these investments will be durable or not. And I think that is where the tipping point somewhere is. It's very unwise just to build something. You have to look around what is happening around you.
Ainsley?
Very tricky question, the balance between, I mean, entrepreneurs generally chase shiny objects and are constantly chasing the new thing, and it is important to put that balance into play. But I think, we know with cloud adoption in certainly in the UK, and I'm pretty much sure that's across the EU, that we are nowhere near where we need to be with SMEs adopting cloud technology. Mm-hmm. Cloud technology will enable small business owners to get the power of data analysis of big data using other people's technology as software as a service. And for example, when we talk about AI and machine learning, just the simple, I'm going to give plugs as you've given plugs, we can give plugs, the simple choice for a small business to use something like Receipt Bank or Auto Entry or HubDoc connected to Xero or QuickBooks Online reduces their bookkeeping time by up to 80%. And that's massive saving. Now, not only is it cheaper for them to buy the software, they're getting better data quicker. It's better data for better business decisions. So there is a huge option for them to understand the technology that's already in place. And I think accountants particularly can show leadership in that area and understanding of what works for other businesses to be able to guide SMEs through the place.
I mean, we're reaching an era of rather pretty much everything as a service. So, I mean, obviously that allows a new business to focus on what its core offering is. Can you expand a bit on that, Sebastiano? I mean, is there too much choice out there? You named a few different options. You named QuickBooks, okay, everyone has heard of them. But, there's all sorts of, everything as a service, CMR as a service, management as a service.
It's a fair point, but it is perhaps even the direction in which many SMEs themselves should be thinking. Yeah. When we consider investment in new technology, I certainly would agree with my fellow panelists here that there's going to be a lot of judgment, a lot of balance needed, and entrepreneurs, they certainly will need good advice. But if I was to advise an entrepreneur, I would really tell them, look, you're not just buying a washing machine. As I said earlier, you are making an investment on a transformation. And you can become yourself, think about your business model, because maybe servitization it could be very applicable to you. We have seen examples of companies, manufacturers of very traditional equipment, very, very traditional stuff in the metal industry, for instance. They understood that using sensors, using RFID, using technology, using cloud computing, they could just sell the same piece as a service. And this is fantastic because then they really are, of course it's a big change. It's a big change in cash flow, it's a big change in management, etc., and skills. But they are far advanced to anybody else, and they can really, attract new consumers. They are really on top of the revolution. Otherwise, if they are just looking at calculating their return on investment on their technology, it is not that simple. I mean, you need to look at the change in business model.
Well, we're talking about sustainability today. Let's focus a little bit for a moment on the social sustainability side, which means I have to touch on the issue of the gig economy. Can you give me your reactions? Is it a positive change? Is it a negative change? How seismic a change is it? Louis?
Yeah, I could give maybe a good example of one of my clients who is selling tickets, which is a simple product, but they are selling tickets throughout the world for main venues. And if you go to Amsterdam, many of you have been to Amsterdam, I assume, 9 out of 10 are tourists. So it's a big issue to come to Amsterdam because there are too many tourists currently. So this is a big issue. So the city is trying to spread it all over the country. And this client of mine is able, with their offering, to try to convince the tourists not to go to Van Gogh, but to one of the other venues nearby Amsterdam. It's other part of the Netherlands, but it works. And so you see that they take their social responsibility to change also the tourism in the city. That's a very good example of how technology can work, because they really interfere with your decisions through apps. And that's a very good example, I think, of how it can work.
Okay, Ainsley. I mean, that's a positive social example. I'm also going to look for negative ones.
Oh, there are some as well. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is obviously the issue of exploitation. You know, for a current workforce, which is particularly doesn't the millennials we're talking about, that don't like the sense of ownership and like the freedom to make choices, then perhaps the gig economy can be helpful in certain circumstances, in that you can choose to work with Uber in the morning and you can choose to do a shift somewhere else in the afternoon. A lot of variety, and you can fit it into your lifestyle. So that's the positive. Obviously, the negative side of it is that you lack the protections of employment, holidays, just standard basic requirements that we would expect in a strong society as ours that we should be able to protect. I think it's a very fine balancing act. How do you tell an Uber driver that actually we're not allowing you to now be an Uber driver, you've got to be employed by Uber and have all the issues that go along with that, potentially take a cut, I don't know. But also give them the rights that we would expect for a developed economy.
It's above all our pay grade, really, to sort out all the societal ills of the world at the moment. But I'm interested to hear your ideas.
Yeah, well, you know, the positive aspects, when we think about this platform economy, the positive aspects are quite obvious, right? And they have been, mind you, they have been advertised very much by the same businesses that exploit it. Okay, I'm talking about the big tech, the GAFA, and so on. They have spent millions in advertising and convincing everybody that this is very good for society, very good for economy, a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs, startups, and this is certainly true. However, if you really see what is happening, as much as these companies have been good at creating opportunities, at the same with these platforms, at the same time, they have also been good at erecting barriers. Nowadays, with the amount of data that companies like Google or Amazon or Facebook have collected, with the financial means they have, with the skills and innovation they have, who do you think can really compete against those companies? If you try, even if a big player tries to enter in their market, no way, this is just not possible. So the barriers to competition are actually very, very high. And this is actually a societal and economic issue, and it is an issue in particular, in my opinion, for Europe, because we don't have any of those big champions. And many economists and politicians are really reflecting on what should we do. Should we use competition law to kind of even break down certain companies? Because whether we like it or not, those companies are eating up everything. They are so big and so powerful that the only possibility for a successful and innovative company nowadays is just essentially being bought by one of them. And this, in the good term, of course, this is good because the guy is going to make a lot of money. But in the long term, as a society, we are not going to become better. We are just going to make them accumulating, and we are going to get poorer and poorer. And this is the sad reality nowadays.
Well, I think a lot of us were listening to Commissioner Vestager's hearing to see what she was going to say on that. And we'll watch this space for the next 5 years. Staying a little bit with this issue, I mean, it's almost like a brain drain that you're alluding to. The aim and the aspiration of a lot of startups is not to become a unicorn, it's to be bought by a GAFA. Let's look at skills and the skilled workforce and you know, and how is there enough skills in Europe to make those SMEs that exist already tech savvy and take them to the next level? Sebastiano.
Well, this is a good question, especially because even today we were running a workshop also together with many stakeholders, including Accountancy Europe, on helping the Commission understand the strategy for skilling of SMEs in the next 5 years. And one of the outcomes of this exercise is that innovation or digital transformation does not happen in silos. It happens, it's not buying a washing machine. It's not something you will do alone. It's something a company, an SME, will do in an ecosystem. And it is only by the contamination of other sectors and other technological partners that an SME actually gets through the digital transformation. And one of the important aspects, we were talking about the role of advisors, the role of like accountants, the role of IT professionals, the role of clusters, hubs, intermediaries, organizations and professionals that can bring in, that can broker the skills and bring it to the SME. A successful ecosystem, I believe, is a place where every company specializes on a different thing, but they can pool the skills and the resources when they need it for the purpose that is in a changing environment, such that they can quickly adapt to as you say, be fast and react fast to a fast-changing environment in a successful way. So an SME that works in a silo, I doubt that in general will be very successful.
I think this is why we're seeing a lot of push even from the Commission side and things like EIT for these hubs, these technological hubs where they can work together. I have a question from Slido. We're talking about what does innovation cost. Can the panelists give a sense of the scale of investment cost required from SMEs to go digital? I suppose it depends on the starting point, but if you can give me an idea.
Well, many of our clients are loss-bearing companies. That's because their business model is formed in that way that they can accept themselves being financed in their losses, being able to grow, and then sold to one of the... that is what is happening these days. It's not all of them, but many of them are dealing with it this way. And I'm not a fan of it personally, but I see that this is the way out to do something with your innovation, because you do need finances and you do need to accept some losses in the starting point. This is a very tense balance that you have to seek for.
Yeah, I mean, from a tech, if you're a tech company, then the cost of that innovation is whopping and needs to be, and it's not just the cost of development, obviously, it's the cost of marketing, it's the cost of everything that goes involved in bringing that product to market. I think if you look at it from an SME perspective, they can take advantage of as software as a service. I mean, you asked the question earlier on about everything going as a service. Well, in the UK, we have accounting going as a service, so monthly subscriptions are becoming the norm for your accounting in the UK. So when we look at an SME, they can get access to the power of that technology very, very cheaply now because of cloud and because of software as a service. So as long as they pick the right things, bolt them together in the right way, they can have a very cost-effective IT solution that will give them the power of a big company solution. So I think it's good time for small businesses. Yeah.
And what about monitoring and sort of gauging that return on investment? If everything's outsourced as a service, is that difficult for companies to do? Or are they getting the full transparency and feedback from the outside outsourced companies?
That's a tough question, because if you look at, for example, at platform organizations, they only have a choice of 4, basically. There are a few, but it's 4. So you have to choose one of 4, and they are all the same. They have differences, but that's what you have. And well, let's face it, if you are an SME with a staff of 10 and you deal with Microsoft, it's no deal at all, of course. You just buy things and you can accept what they offer. So there you have a tense that you have to deal with. But having said this, I think it's a possibility to strengthen. If you set this aside, then still you can try to move forward fast. And that's I think, the only way out to cover your cost. Yeah.
Well, I would probably advise a business owner faced to that type of question to consider partnering with a local technology provider rather than just going to the big platforms and buying what they need. It might be cheaper at the beginning, but they will certainly not have an ad hoc made product. They will not have something that really fits into what they need. They will not have a good partnership that can help them develop in the long term. And I must say, what we hear from our members, which are IT companies, we hear their business is really growing, and because they are very strong in these B2B relationships. Yeah. So they really bring technology to other SMEs. Yeah. SMEs that because they feel like too small, or they feel they wouldn't be treated fairly. They will not just buy the technology from a big platform or from a very big provider. They will just go to a company, ideally locally based, that can provide those technologies in an ad hoc way. And with this partnership, they will grow together, and they will, become successful on the market, because each of them can provide different skills, so to say.
Yeah, but you do need to consider. I agree with you, because that is usually what you see. But the risk involved is also that there is some vendor lock-in, because you are totally dependent on the other SME advising you on such topic. So what we see as well, and maybe it's different from different areas, but I see in Amsterdam that there is a huge offering of IT-skilled labor, and people try to buy in the knowledge for themselves, and that's a strong way to deal with it as well. So these are two business setups that are both okay, I think.
Yeah.
I think, this possibly then relates to one of these other questions on Slido. It's, you mentioned Amsterdam, Ainsley, you're based in the UK. The question is there a north-south or east-west divide in Europe when it comes to digitalization? Because, if you're in one of these, as I mentioned, tech hubs, great, you're mixing with people who do it, who can point you in the direction of the right services. You can pool knowledge to say which might be the best option for you. But if you're somewhere that's not got those connections, presumably it's more difficult.
I suppose it is. I was looking with a lot of interest to the slides from the Commission, from Dana Lefriadu, because she was showing the countries that are laggards, and I saw my country, Italy, which was one of those which is not going to gain out of the automatization and AI, because indeed, if you don't have the ecosystems in place, then you have an issue, because all the other companies will suffer, because if you have a knowledge, then the knowledge will become available to the other companies from other sectors. If you don't have that, then you are going to be behind, and you're going to have to pay the consequences. So we do see differences in Europe. There are very advanced places, like even nearby there is, the city of Aachen. I think it's fantastic. They have a hub where they managed to put together the local traditional industries with the startups, and they are doing, in this hub, Digital Hub Aachen, they are doing fantastic things. They are really the traditional companies which are there, they are good, but they understood that they need help to stay on top of the digital revolution, and so they are talking to the startups, and together they are creating new business models. And this is really effective because there is a strong university, there is a strong industry, and so on. In other regions, this is not possible. So we are really asking the Commission to look into that and try to compensate with investment, with public funds, in the regions where there is less capacity, because then we cannot have a Europe with too many different speeds, so to say.
Okay. Now, I know I'm being very digital and taking most of the questions from the app, but we do have microphones if anyone in the room actually wants to put anything to our panelists. If you want to raise a hand, if anyone's got any. No one is brave enough. Is it because you've seen that I've got a throw mic and I am a terrible throw? No. Okay. In that case, another question then from Anonymous. What is the one technology that will have the biggest impact on the economy in the next 5 to 10 years, and why? Well, it's crystal ball time. What do you think? I mentioned hypes earlier, so maybe we could compare and contrast what we think might be a genuine advance and what might really be a bit more style over substance.
Yeah, good question. I forgot to bring my board.
Well,
actually, you see that data analytics is enabling in many sectors in a huge way, but it's a little bit of a how do you say this in English? It's hard to define what data analytics is. It's so broad, but I think this will bring forth many of the improvements, I think. Yeah,
I think we saw Matt's presentation this morning that perhaps the next big thing is something we haven't even dreamed of or considered yet.
Yeah. I think it's also the combination of technologies. I think that's what the point was made earlier this morning as well, is that it may not be just one thing. It's the power of combining those technologies and the advances that can bring. So AI with Internet of Things, with potentially blockchain, with smart contracts, particularly around that area, could see a big advancement.
Yeah. For me, what is interesting to look at is also how democratic are those technologies, because nowadays AI is very promising, for instance, but how much does this require strong initial investments that only relatively larger companies can afford versus the small ones? Whereas I think it's another technology which I find a little bit more democratic, at least as it is now, is blockchain, where probably companies do not need that big initial investment, except they need skills, which are very expensive nowadays in blockchain. But that can bring a lot of change to many value chain, to many sectors, by cutting the cost of intermediaries, for instance, by making faster transactions, etc. And that, I think, there is a lot of potential for innovation in that area, especially because being cheaper nowadays and with less barrier to entry, I see a lot of small players willing to innovate on top of blockchain.
Okay, this is a good question. Also means it's probably a difficult question. What happens when one of your critical software as a service companies in your tech stack goes bust? The noted here is that one of the main UK software as a service leaders has had £35 million in losses with no sign of profit. That is difficult to plan for, I'm presuming.
I missed part of it. Could you
what happens if one of your critical software as a service providers goes bankrupt?
Well, the good thing about software as a service is it's a very competitive space. Yeah. So one of the challenges for SMEs is mining their way through the level of apps, and we're contributing to that, the level of apps that are out there to decide which is the right one to use and what works well. The flip side of that is that it is quite easy to switch between cloud solutions generally, so if we're talking cloud. And so if one falls by the wayside, it is not as traumatic as your server going on fire or being flooded or suffering damage from that perspective.
And I perhaps see also some option, I mean, in general, speaking about dependency on certain providers, which might themselves be not big enough to have a guaranteed lifetime, so to say. There is perhaps space also for insurances to come in and purchase the risk, basically, insure the risk of certain strategic providers going bankrupt or so.
Okay, another question here. What role can international professional accountancy organizations play in fostering innovation so that they can do this for members, so they can do the same for their clients? What do small and medium-sized businesses want from their support, from the accountancy professions?
Yeah, well, what we see currently is that small businesses, it's hard to gain the information that is needed to bring your company forth. We have to find out ourselves. We have to network extremely to internal the knowledge. We do know that the Netherlands are currently speeding up through an account tech movement to try to exchange the information that we would need. Not only the smaller companies, not only the SME auditing firms, but also large and big together on one table. That's still on a national scale, but I could imagine that this could also tremendously help in a European way, that if we could exchange much more our best practices on the steps towards digitalization, that would bring us forward, I think. And that will help as well, of course, the clients behind us to serve them in a much better way.
Ainsley?
Yeah, I mean, for my days in practice, small business owners wanted three major things from their accountant. So they wanted to understand their numbers and to get better financial data, as we're talking about. They also wanted help with cash. So understanding the difference between profit and cash, understanding cash flow management, and understanding how to get access to the right cash at the right price is something they desperately need help with, and hence we've seen a proliferation of apps on cash. And they also want help with planning. They don't really understand why they need to plan, they don't understand why they want to spend the time on planning, but they need to have help from a planning perspective. Now, as an accounting firm, we can lead the change using technology for our SMEs, because SMEs want all that they want now, but they want it cheaper. And the only way an accounting firm is going to be able to deliver all that an SME wants cost effectively, quickly, with the right team in place, is using the power of technology. Throwing more team resource at this is going to affect the cost equation, and it's not going to work. So accounting firms should be leading the change from technology, showing SMEs the power of technology and the power of the technology that they're choosing to use, and guiding SMEs on moving forward from a technological and digitalization perspective.
Do you expect that it will be the nature of the auditors and the accountants to do it as well?
A true trusted advisor. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, yeah, nice.
Same question for me, I guess.
Yep.
Well, I am not from the sector, nor I represent that sector, so it's an opinion from the outside. What I see, I think I've known for a while Accountancy Europe as an association, and I find that the work you are doing for the profession is very interesting, in the sense that you are really looking forward, looking ahead, and showing the way to the accountants of what could be the evolution of the profession in the future. And there, I'm not just talking about the fact that accountancy services can be provided as a service online, etc., but also the fact that the accountant himself or herself, being one of the most trusted person by the SMEs, and having already access to very valuable and secret data, they are themselves the best advisor, and they could, in fact, become the broker of skills, of digital skills in particular, for the SME. We've seen this with the workshops we are doing, where we find out that basically, if you speak about cybersecurity or big data, companies need somebody, need some advisors, need these skills, and perhaps the accountants could be those who broker those skills. If they don't have it themselves, they could find trusted partners that bring those skills to the SMEs. So I think I'm very positive about the work of the association, because I think it is looking at seeing the issues that exist now, and it is looking at solutions for the future.
And of course, bringing people together in a room like today to share best practice. We're going to wrap up in about 5-10 minutes so everyone can get some more caffeine. So last chance, any more questions, any questions at all in the room that aren't hiding behind an anonymous?
It's easier.
Okay. Clearly it is easier. I hope everyone's having good conversations when they do leave the room. So with that then, I'm just going to have a final sort of round from each of you. And I'd like each of you to give me either a success story or a key recommendation to a young SME that you would say is this, take this away, bear this in mind. And this is your gold standard, your gold star from me. Louis, would you like to start? Or?
I would say to any SME that's starting up, stick to your vision, but also look for the best environment where you can explore your vision. That's very important. Yeah. It's the combination.
So it's a story for an SME.
Yeah.
Yes. They need an amazing accountant who's going to guide them through all the challenges that they are going to face as a business owner. Accountants have the inbuilt training, superpowers, knowledge to be able to deliver everything that an SME wants. And it needs to be done in a way that isn't overphasing the SME. It isn't chucking more data at them. It's giving them insights and knowledge and inspiration and leadership. And
what should the SME ask the accountant when you go in?
They shouldn't ask, what's the cheapest fee you're going to do my accounts for, is what they shouldn't do.
That's what we're always asking.
I think it's the challenge. It's down to the accountant to actually show why they can add value. It's not about doing a set of accounts and tax returns. It's actually about helping that business grow and grow sustainably and profitably. And it's about the accounting profession grabbing that by the horns and saying, we can help these SMEs. We have all the skills to be able to do it. And we need to show you why we're the ones to help you.
If I was to advise a young SME, I would really tell them, look, exploit the benefits of globalization and digitalization. Because nowadays, skills and knowledge are really everything. We live in a knowledge economy, in an innovation economy. And you have access through the digital tools, through the internet, etc., to everything you need. Everything is there. The knowledge is there. It's probably not going to be around the corner. Maybe you have to speak to a professor in Japan or a specialist in India or in the US. It doesn't matter. But you have access to that. And I've seen examples of very, very, very small companies, like less than 10 people, that because they really understood that something very innovative was coming from a research from the other side of the world, they became leaders. And this is exactly the great opportunity you have. And so just use it. It's easy to say and difficult to do, but that would be my advice.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Big round of applause for them. So now I am just going to remind you once again to keep sharing and tweeting using the hashtag DigitalDayEU. I know there's photographs being taken, so please share those as well. We're finishing just a little bit 5 to 3 because we are going to come back here and start on the dot of 3:15 because some of our speakers have other engagements this afternoon. So help yourselves to coffee and we will be back here at 3:15. Okay, thank you all very much for sticking to the time. We have now, for our next section of today, we have 2 one-on-one interviews. We're going to be talking about how to measure innovation. I hope that there will be some questions from the floor in this case because it's a little bit more intimate setting, so I won't be looking at Slido. And I haven't had a chance to throw this amazing throwable mic yet, and I'm very keen to throw it. So we'll come to that towards the end of our half hour. Our first speaker is Jeanne Boyer, partner at Ernst & Young. So let us just dive straight in with asking you how the profession is embracing technology from your perspective and your drawing on your own experiences.
Well, thank you first of all for being here with you today.
Can we...
One interesting dimension...
Hang on one second. I don't think your mic... Is her mic working?
No.
No. Try again.
Do you hear me? Yeah? It's better. Okay, so thank you for... very happy to be with you. Today, I am in charge of innovation within EY for the audit practice. And the question that you are raising about the cost of innovation is something I am dealing with every day, I would say. And always the question between return on investment, should we do it, shouldn't we do it, is a question that are raised every day. And it's a question that I can see at my clients as well. And communicating around innovation is also a way of understanding whether the company that you are auditing is going to be disrupted or is going to be the disruptors. And in order to understand how it works, how this communication should be, we launched an initiative 2 years ago, which is called the Embankment Project, where we gathered the top 30 companies in the world who were thinking about what does it mean valuing what we call the intangible assets. And the reason for that is because investors and the market overall are looking more and more around this concept of intangible assets. It's no longer about short-term performance. It's no longer about just historical data, as you know. It's much more about non-financial data. And what we include in this concept of intangible asset is around 4 dimensions. It's about the brand, it's about talent, it's about intellectual property, and of course, it's about innovation. And that's where the project, Embankment Project started. And now thanks to the different meetings that we have had, we have been able to build a framework around what are the KPI that are meaningful for the market, that are relevant, and more specifically, of course, about innovation, which is the purpose of the session today. And so what we have, following the output of the discussion was to say that ideally it's important to measure the different phase of maturity of innovation, starting from the ideation of ideas, and then about prototyping, and then development, and then maturing. And that's more or less what I'm going to cover in the coming minutes.
So it's about trends on a cross-industry level.
Absolutely. And one trend to start with before measuring is about communicating. And when we look at the disclosure that companies are using to communicate around innovation, these disclosures are more or less around three themes. The first one is about what I would say the context. And this one is maybe the most sensitive one, because it's to some extent about the confidentiality, about why you are doing innovation, what kind of innovation are you doing, what are the risks and the opportunities, and what kind of processes have you put in place, what kind of thinking do you have around your business model. The second one, which is also very important, is about the combination between purpose and innovation. And we see more and more companies communicating around that dimension and connecting the purpose of the company with the innovation that is behind. And the third one, which is more, I would say, classical, but still is around governance. What kind of processes have you put in place behind your innovation process to make it happen? Maybe in terms of dealing with purpose and innovation, maybe I can share a few examples of that I have in mind based on the companies that were attending this project. And the first one is around IKEA, which is communicating a lot around innovation and how they use, for example, replacement plastics and wood to build their new, always thinking about that when they build and they're thinking around the new furniture. BMW also is putting a lot innovation in the rationale behind the purpose that they are having, which is always to provide clients with innovative product that they would love to use. Nestlé is communicating also a lot about the connection between innovation and sustainability. It's about how they change the packaging solution. It's about plant-based offering. It's about promoting affordable nutrition. And the last one I was having in mind is Bosch, as an example, which is the purpose of Bosch is to be I take their wording, it's to be the leading provider of the mobility of the future and a leading Internet of Things company, which means that they connect innovation with the purpose of the company, to illustrate.
I mean, these seem like quite different sorts of companies. You think Bosch and BMW, you think technology, you think something like IKEA, it's much more, sustainability as part of its brand. Do they have anything in common or any messages that you took away that were...
Well, when you look at the metrics that are behind their innovation and the KPIs, by the way, that they are using, sometimes I think that it's really relevant to compare by sectors, rather than, of course, a company in the energy space will be completely different from a company in the retail business. So that's where it's meaningful really to look at how much for a given sector your company is investing. Another point that I would like to highlight is that you don't get innovation for free, right? It's about people, it's about money, and it's about technology and time. And interestingly, the cost of not doing innovation is also something that is interesting to look at. It's another side of the coin, but if you don't do anything, what's going to happen? It's an interesting debate. It costs nothing, almost nothing, to generate ideas, interestingly. And Then it becomes when you move to something which is more about the prototype and the minimum viable product, then you get into something which is a little bit different. But where companies are really struggling is to shift from the innovation ID to the scaling ID. And when you talk about with companies that are, especially in the artificial intelligence, and I am part of the think tank on artificial intelligence in Paris, and one of the reasons why the maturity level of implementation of artificial intelligence at the moment is not there is because people are struggling with their IT department around the scaling of what they have built as a pilot or MVP.
I mean, this idea about cost and the different stages of the cost of innovation. How do you advise to measure it? How do you evaluate it at each of those different stages?
Right. First of all, if we take the first one, which is the ideation phase, the most natural, I would say, KPI to use is about number of ideas. And also, interestingly, the fact that you have a system to inventory the number of ideas that are coming out. If we take the example of EY, for example, talking about the robots and development of robots, we happened to learn last year, we were looking at the development of robots to perform the audit. And we discovered that we were having plenty of initiatives all over the places, but most of them were duplicating. So the fact that you have a system that allows you to inventory what you are doing is the first step, I would say, to make sure that you are efficient already in the first step of the innovation process. Then, in terms of development, what comes out as the most natural KPI is around the R&D spending ratio. And again, it depends depending on the sector you are in. For example, Nestlé, it's about 2% of their revenue, whereas if you look at Bosch, it's almost 9 to 10% of their revenue. So it's important to look at this from a sector angle rather than in the absolute. Also, the number of people that are dedicating to R&D is an important KPI. At Nestlé, for example, it's more or less about 5,000 people. At Siemens, it's 43,000 people. So a completely different dimension. And the last KPI that I have in mind is around the distribution of patent portfolio. If you look at Alphabet, for example, last year, 2018, they have developed, they have launched the equivalent of 2,800 patents. Among them, almost 600 were around artificial intelligence. So that's the three KPI for this phase of development. Spending in R&D, resources dedicated to R&D, and number of patents that you are launching.
I mean, the number of patents is an interesting one, because, I mean, that's just a pure number. I mean, is there any more granularity that can be brought to that?
And, well, then it's a question of which one are going to be live or not, right? And it's about what we call the launch phase, which is about thinking about what potential revenue are you going to get from this innovation and the ratio of transformation that's coming out from these ideas. And when you go one step further, which is about the maturity phase, it's one index that I really like is about what we call the vitality index, which is when you look back over the past 3 years and you look at your revenue now, which part of your revenue has been built with solutions of products that did not exist 3 years ago, which is also a way of measuring your capacity to really bring new revenues based on your innovation process. And this is something that companies are measuring more and more in the one that I am working at. Also, one KPI which is interesting is also the customer satisfaction. And the connection between the level of innovation and the customer satisfaction is also something that, at least for consumer product, is really something that's interesting.
Well, I asked this of the last panel, so I'm going to ask you as well. Have you got practical examples? Can you share some ideas. How does this all work in practice? Give me some best practice ideas, because I think these real stories are helpful for people to
If
remember.
I take my example, which is the EY example, first of all, the purpose of the company, which I'm sure most of you know, is about building a better working world, which is about building trust and confidence in the market. And coming back to my first comment, which is about what markets are going to value more and more, which is about this notion of intangible, how at the company can I communicate to market on something that is not only meaningful and relevant, but can be really checked and proved by someone from outside. So this is something that people are looking more and more how to have the right process behind the data that I'm communicating to the market. And EY is part of these people that are doing this kind of thing, which is about advising people about this non-financial data, but also making sure that the process behind this non-financial data is robust, sufficient to bring into the market. In terms of tools that we are using for ideation of ideas, we are using a tool which is called Connie Streamer, and this is the one that allowed us to identify last year the fact that we were duplicating initiatives around innovation. In terms of cost of development, I would take one example, which is one project that we have, which is in a development phase now, which is called Document Intelligence, which is a use of artificial intelligence to review contracts. And we started with the lease contract because it was at the time of the development of IFRS 16. And what we see in this specific project is that 10% of the cost of the project was for the ideation phase, 20% was for the development of what we call the minimum viable product, so meaning 1/3, if you add the ideation plus the minimum viable product. And 70% of the cost is really to scale and train people using this tool. Documenting, making sure that the learning process is working properly, making sure that regulators, if they want to look at it, we have sufficient documentation. So this is more or less the observation that we have made. And to come back to the last phase, which is about maturity, I will take another example, which is one tool that we have developed 2 years ago around blockchain. This tool was... The idea came from the fact that some of our existing clients, asset management funds, were having crypto assets in their balance sheet. And as auditors, how do you make sure that you can review the value of this crypto asset, the existence of this crypto asset? The idea came from this observation, and working with, of course, blockchain experts, we have developed a correlation tool, which is called Blockchain Analyzer, which allows us to check what is in the public blockchain as compared to what sits in the balance sheet of these asset management funds. And since then, we have been able to use this tool not only to audit, but to provide it as a software as a service in the advising space. And now what we can see is a vitality index. So what kind of revenue can we generate thanks to the additional revenue can we generate in the advising space thanks to this tool?
Well, you've given us quite a clear step-by-step process for innovation. But I often hear it said, innovation isn't a destination, it's an ongoing process. I mean, how do businesses measure, do they decide to... We've reached a point of maturity, now we need to scrap it and do something else, or do they evolve?
First of all, I am also a client service partner, so I am not only in my bubble, I am confronted to clients. And I am a great believer that innovation comes from the market. It's not something that you think somewhere, either in Paris or in the US. All the innovation where we have succeeded were coming from pains, either within the team, that audit teams, or pains at the clients. Blockchain analyzer was an issue coming from the client. Document intelligence was more that we were thinking that our audit teams were spending too much time reading contracts. Statistics, reading a 200 pages contract in the real estate business, we consider that it was taking 2 hours of an auditor's. Using the document intelligence tool now takes 20 minutes. So you can see the benefit in terms of not only efficiency, but also consistency, because when you have to read 200 contracts in some companies, using an auditor, sometimes it gets tired, it can be ill, whereas the machine is doing it on a very regular basis. So to answer your questions, of course, we have a roadmap of what we think we have to do, but we regularly challenge that, but what we observe is our clients. For example, another example, some of our clients now are moving in the SAP HANA environment, which means that using analytics in a SAP HANA environment is different from using analytics in a traditional SAP environment. So how do we adapt the analytics to make it work in a SAP HANA environment or using cloud-to-cloud solution? Is something that we experiment coming from what we observe at our clients.
And I mean, on a very sort of personal case level, do you find resistance? Are people scared of new technologies? Is there a trust issue? What sort of support can you give there?
Within EY, most of it is about change management. Changing the way you have been working for years, feeling comfortable to interact with a client in a way that is different from what you were doing in the past. And we are in a world where it's about asking questions, asking better questions. In a world that is transforming, you don't necessarily always know what are going to be all the questions, or the answers, to the question that your client is having. But where your client is expecting you to be the one that is going to help you raise good questions. And so we are in a world of uncertainty, and as we have seen this morning, especially with the futurists, things are moving very rapidly. So what you were doing last year to audit is not necessarily going to be the same of what you are doing to do tomorrow. And at the moment, what I observe, for example, is especially for big accounts, big companies, they are using more and more the concept of shared services, end-to-end processes, and we start to see more and more robots doing the transaction work and dealing with trillions of transactions. So how as auditor, do you audit these robots to make sure that they are working properly? Is something that you were not thinking of 2 years or 3 years ago.
Okay, before we come to sort of conclusions, we have about 10 minutes, I think, because the clock's not working. 10 minutes left. Can I get some questions from the room? Or just shared experiences, anything that you want to say to Jean? Hands up, come on, somebody. No, yes. Right, okay.
Be careful.
Okay, have we got a microphone from the back then? Because I'm not sure I can throw this that far. Not with any accuracy.
Thank you. So don't throw this microphone at me. I was wondering how much is the intellectual, intangible capital information, the stuff that you were talking on, how much is it integrated with pure financial information? Can I say real accounting information? From a perspective perhaps of integrated reporting, from a perspective of investment decision making, this information is quite interesting, but often it doesn't tie into the financial numbers. So what's the pathway there?
It's exactly that's exactly the point, because you see more and more. By the way, just to start with statistics, if you look at the valuation of companies now, 20% of the valuation sit in the balance sheet, whereas 10 or 15 years ago it was about between 80 and 90%. So where sits the difference? And the difference sits exactly in what I described at the beginning, which is about these intangible assets. Having said that, it's true that, that was the rationale for the creation of this think tank around the embankment project, was to think of a framework to be able to measure something that is measurable, and to decide, first of all, of the right KPIs, but also build the right process behind that. Because it's true that a lot of companies are communicating about what we call non-financial data, but the quality of what is behind this non-financial data is sometimes a challenge. But it's true that what we have observed is that the more the company is performing and the more they are articulated on this non-financial data, and especially around innovation, the better the company is in terms of performing on the market. So we can see an important connection and correlation between the way the company is performing and the way it has been able to articulate around this intangible asset. And it's true that we cannot wait for regulator and standard setters on that, because nothing exists at the moment. So it's clear that companies have to push and to find a way. That was the reason to have this company gathering together to think of something which will be the most relevant. But it's a journey. We are not there yet, but I can see an acceleration in the thinking around that. And clearly, when you talk with CEOs, you can see that it is really on top of their agenda. Much more than I would say, of course, financial data is for me, it's a given. It's part of the discussion, but they are really pushing on non-financial data, purpose, long-term value, what's going to be the framework, how do I communicate around innovation. All these discussions are really clearly what it is about at the moment.
Okay, have we any other questions? Okay. In that case, I'm just going to ask you sort of for your concluding thoughts. I mean, how important is this? What are the pitfalls if companies don't get it right?
Well, innovation is, you have seen the environment, so it's clear that innovation is a must. Now, as I repeat it, and we can see that at EY, the cost of not doing things, the cost of not innovating, what would happen? And it translates immediately in the success that we are having or not in terms of tender offer. Because that's something that the clients are measuring, the capability that we as auditor, we have to really mirror their organization and address also the way we are able to leverage their own investment is something they are looking at. So if you want to be relevant, you need to think about, do you want to be the disruptor or do you want to be disrupted? So when I speak with my CEO and the head of audit, what keeps me awake at night is are we going to be disrupted tomorrow, and what kind of innovation do we have to push? So clearly, this is something that is important. Now we cannot spend money for everything. We need to prioritize. That's maybe where it is the most difficult, clearly, because sometimes people think that we are not going fast enough. But at the same time, given the investment that is behind some concept, you need to make sure that you make it right. And again, I come back to the first comment, one of the comments I made. For me, innovation is coming from the market. You cannot be relevant if you don't take into account the way the market is moving. And for me, this is the combination between the expert, the technician, talking with, for example, talking with blockchain experts sometimes is a pain. It's a nightmare. And combining people on the market and these experts is really where you can bring something different in your innovation process.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Please join me in thanking Jean. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and as you can see here, we have our next one-to-one interview on attempting to measure innovation, as big a challenge as that is. And I'm going to remind everyone again, please keep tweeting and sharing on social media using the hashtag DigitalDayEU. So we have Bart van Quayle.
Difficult name to pronounce.
Is that okay, Van Quayle?
Van Quayle, it
okay.
is.
President of the Institute for Tax Advisors and Accountants
of Belgium.
Bart, let's start. Describe your firm. Tell us a bit about yourself first, so we know where you're coming from.
Well, we have an office in Ghent, in Belgium, not far away from here, 50 kilometers about here, and which is with 30 employees and associates together. And as you can see, we are definitely not a big player, certainly not.
Okay, well, that feeds in well from our SME
yes,
panel.
After EY, it's a big difference. Nevertheless, we are a lot of big, small firms in Belgium. You know that we are with 15,000 members in the new institute. We have had a merge between one institute and the other. So now we are together with 15,000 accountants in Belgium, which is quite a lot for a small country. And if you look to the percentage in which small firms are, then you can see that about 75% certainly are small firms.
So, digital innovation. What impact has it had on your firm, and what do you see as its broader impact?
It's a long story, because our firm is totally digitalized. There's no paper on our office. It's forbidden. About more than 10 years ago, I think the last paper we have destroyed. We have our archives. The last time we have done it was by a change of a building that we have done. We have moved from one building to another, and then we have said, now it's finished with all the last papers that we had, and the last papers were in the cellar, so that was our archives, and that was the last part that we have done. As you can see, I don't have papers, I do never use papers, and I'm using always something else, because when you written down some papers, you must ask yourself, what will I do with that paper afterwards? Throw it away, that's it. By us, nothing is going to throw away. We keep everything is written down, must be kept. And so it's a long story that we have done of the changement, and we have done it also with our clients. And first of all, we have told to them that we need to take the changement in our office to give an example to themselves, because we believe that it's not a thing of our office as an accountant, but also as a company itself. Every entrepreneur needs to change themselves to the digitalization of our world in which we live. And therefore, we have said to them, or you do it by yourself, or it's by us, that we make the scans of all your invoices. We've started with all the letters they have sent. We have said it to them, if you send a letter, we're going to digitalize it. And that's why we have made a point of end of the paper, it still exists, with our secretary. And there it stops. Non-paper can access to our inside of our office.
And when did you start this transformation?
Very long time ago. We've started it at about more than 20 years ago. So it's a long term, because the most difficult way, I've heard it now from EY again, it's the change idea of people. It's not so quite easy, the change management that you need to do to convince your team to change the idea of paper is necessary. And the same thing for your client. And so it's about more than 20 years ago that we have started. First with the scanning of all the papers that we received, the letters were sent by clients, and afterwards emails was quite easily. You need just good tools to archive and to put in the right files, all the storage of your files and mails and documents, and have a good structure for finding things back. You know, the most people have a good idea when you say, I need to search something, they go to Google, they go to anything where to look to the data elsewhere. The most important thing that you need to know as a company, as you give information to your client, is say, the data is with you, yourself. And the most important investment that you need to do as a company, as a firm, is starting to invest in a search engine that doesn't search elsewhere in the cloud, but searches in your own data that you have stored yourself.
Well, 20 years ago is a long time. I'm pretty sure I didn't even have a mobile phone 20 years ago.
Yes, it's a long time. Yeah.
So
Scans did exist, you know, at that time.
But you're a very early adopter.
Yes, it is.
What do you see are the benefits of that?
Oh, the most benefit that you have is, like I've said, the search engine. You know, in the period that I started in 1986, then you bought a computer for 20 megabytes. It costed me 6,250 euros in the time being from 1986. 20 megabytes, 3 pictures today, and it's full. And that's the real truth. And the guy who sold me the computer said to me, Bart, you never can fill this computer in your future. It will stay forever. And therefore, the world is changing in a very quickly way, but not that quickly. People need to adapt to the new situations. And certainly clients, small companies itself, they all aren't ready to have the transfer to the digitalization that we have in our profession. I see our profession is moving very quickly because we are used to adapt ourselves to new laws, to new environments to work with. And that's not the same thing for a client. A client is not that quickly to adapt to this new environment. And as a company, as a firm, you can change very quickly, but the truth is you will change as quickly as your client is ready to change.
But obviously you're in the role of giving them a push.
Yeah, certainly, that's a good difference. Because you can say, okay, I will wait until my client is ready. But today we don't accept any client who is willing to change and go ahead with us in this digitalization.
Okay, so to come back to this idea of an early adopter, you obviously had a long lead time with gradual change.
That's the advantage of it.
So I guess that is the advantage. I suppose I wonder, is the disadvantage maybe investing too soon in dead ends?
Yeah, of course. Like I've said, we have invested a lot. The first tool that we have created ourselves was a tool about 200,000 euros for a small firm as myself, in which we have invested to give a private channel for every client, which was ready to send his invoices directly to us. So that before there was, we talked about real-time accounting. And at that moment, we received every day the invoices of a client. And when we were ready, once a week, once 13 days, we have done his bookkeeping and give him himself in return intermediary figures. And at that moment, the client said, wow, that's quickly. How do you do it? And that was the first step and the advantage that we could give to every client. And so the investment was large, and if you see today, 200,000 euros, I'm talking now 10 years ago, we have used it, it's amortized. And if we see 10 years later, the institute, and which I'm part of, is giving to all the members and all the companies a free access, we call it Unified by Invoicing, a tool that is given by every accounting firm which can give to every client freely. There's no charges for them, to every client to send and to receive invoices. So every company in Belgium has the possibility to send to each other thanks to his accountant, because only accountants give this to companies. And so therefore, a client can send and receive invoices. You can say you can do it by mailbox, that's right, but they're all mixed with the mails. And now it's partly separated each from each other. You have the invoice box freely, and it's totally linked to your program which do the accountability. And so every access is there to offer real-time accounting freely to every accountant and to every company. It's a big advantage that we can offer as an institute, and I hope other countries will use it the same, because we have told it to France, and from the 1st of January, France will also start with the same system. They call it with another name. But nevertheless, the principle is the same, and every firm can offer to his clients a method, no charge to send and to receive invoice. And the advantage for the accountant is if the client gives access, because the client is the owner of it afterwards, then the accountant can really do the real-time accounting for his client and offer them quickly the intermediary stage and give a lot of explanation to the client. Because to become a client, they need to sign an agreement in which we say that we make for every client, there's an obligation to make a budget of every client. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we don't accept a client. And every 3 months, certainly, we give a call to a client to say, what's the difference between your figures in real time and what's the difference between your budget that you have estimated for the year to come, 2020, for example, and in March 2020, April 2020, we give a call by, for example, Teams and so on. And we give a call with them and talk about the figures that we had declined after 3 months, after 6 months, after 9 months. And the added value for a small company, for a bigger company, they all say it's marvelous that as an accountant, you're so close and give explanation to us as a client.
And you mentioned, obviously, Belgium and France. How advanced is Belgium in this area, and how much does the broader sort of governmental ecosystem matter, the setup of each country matter?
I didn't understand the question.
I mean, how much does it matter which country you're in, whether you can develop these services? I mean, obviously you need, if you've got all Belgian accountants working together, then you've got a system.
Because, yes, it is, because in Belgium we have about 1 million companies, self-employed people together. And so if we can connect, because invoices are sent not only in Belgium, but also sent from abroad. So, for example, very quickly for us to the Netherlands, but also to France, to Germany, because they're neighbors to us. But afterwards you're going to Portugal, to Spain, to Italy, or to America. And all you have, you see the UBL, it's the way of sending invoices, but there are different kind of possibilities. And then you can see if you're all together from a profession, there would be a large, more ID and a more special way for proving that the added value of an accounting to his client for all of us is very good at that moment, and a plus value for us as a profession. It's showing that our profession is ready to help the clients and to help every entrepreneur in the future.
And with your hat as the president of the institute on, what value has the institute provided to a firm like yours, or to another example, hypothetical firm?
Yeah, as an institute, we have always looked what's the plus value that we can give to our members. And first, I would like to prefer that we are convinced that as an institute, that less administration, less paper means less cost for every entrepreneur, and then we can give better services to all, as an accountant, and to all our customers. And also the guarantee that the figures between, after, because for a client it's all zeros and ones, and the thing that he wants is assurance about his figures, and that we can, as an accountant, offer to that client. So that are the main rules between all the things. But the plus value for an accountant is very important. I want to mention that a PhD study in Ghent, which is made in Ghent, and which is called mutual understanding. Mutual understanding is something that comes from the medical sector, in which they've said that when the relationship between a physical, I hope I say it right, physician, between a physician and its patient is very efficient, very good, when the patient can say to the physician, I've pain here, over there, and over there, and the physician is ready to listen to his patient, then it's proved with mutual understanding that the patient will get very much quicker, better than without a good relation between the physician and the patient. And it's, the PhD study has been done with small and medium enterprises. They've done it in Belgium with the PhD study, but also in Australia. And the outcome of that study is that when the relationship between the accountant and his client, the entrepreneur, is optimized, in which there's a good relation, which the entrepreneur can say to the accountant, oh, do you know, I will invest over there. Do you know, I have a problem over there. Oh, it's going bad with me. Then it's proof that when the relationship is optimized with the accountant, that it's proven with this PhD study that the firm, the entrepreneur, has more profits than one in which the relationship is not that good. And even better, when the relationship, when the entrepreneur himself is making smoothly losses, that the losses will quickly disappear because of the relationship is good between the accountant and the client.
Yeah, so it's about trust.
It's about trust, and it's about advice. Giving advisory to a client is the most important thing. And so when the client is open to accept advisory by the accountant, it's proven yet that there is a better profit for the entrepreneur, or a quicker, less loss for the entrepreneur.
Okay, so staying with the Institute, how is it promoting...
We are over there, Amscom Institute. As an institute, we have given... we have started, first of all, with solving the problem of the administration of accountants office from firms. First of all, we have... it's a tool called Be Excellent. In that project, we have given models and the methodology of all the models. We have created models to use in accountancy firm to to create a perfectly organized office. And the important things is that the institute, together with the members, have written those models, and those models are adapted every time again to and sent to our firms. The Be Excellent tool gives the opportunity as each firm to adapt those models to his own organization. The tool remembers what is changed and can be sent to all the personnel, all the collaborators of his firm, the employees of his firm. If the institute afterwards, because the laws changed or something else was changing, adapt the model, ultimately will be sent to the firm. The firm will see, or the person who is the responsibility of to adapt the models, will see on his, screen, will see on his screen two sides, one his document, and one with the proposition of the adaptation of his model. He accepts, doesn't accept, adapts, and the system will remember it. After the adaptation, he will send it to all his employees. So because, I give an example, in anti-money laundering in Belgium, you need to do a lot of obligations, and all this is created by the institute and given away to all the company firms. That was the first thing that we have made it. A lot of gain of time for a lot of firms. That was the first step that we have done. The second step was the unified by invoicing platform, in which myself as a company invested 2,000 euros, 10,000 euro, and now it's offered freely to every accountant firm. So it's a good suggestion, but not so good for us, but okay. Nevertheless, it's a good thing for the profession totally. And so that was the unified by invoicing project that we have done. And the third, in which we are now nominated and a bit curious what the result will be, is eStocks. eStocks is a sort of a platform. It's not a sort of, it's a platform. Is a platform for electronic security registers that aims to draw attention to another part of the accounting profession, namely the providing assurance. And what does it do? The share register in Belgium used to be, in the past, a paper document, which unfortunately was sometimes the subject of abuse. And the eStock initiative is developed together with the notaries in Belgium, aims to prevent abuse in the future. And how do we do it? It's about, first of all, a digital platform, and the accountant and the notary will assure that the subscription in that registers provide a great assurance for all the readers of the securities, which is mentioned line per line in that register. And at this moment, it's only accessible and usable by the accountant and the notary. But in the start from 2020, in January, it will be open to all businesses, and they will be able to subscribe and inscribe in that register themselves, line per line. But only the accountant and the notary can be able to confirm whether the register from that line, from that transaction line, is correct and complete. And so we will, with this eStocks system, give to the profession an increase of assurance to all third parties who want to obtain knowledge from the data who's written in this register, in this security register. And with this tool, the Belgium Institute wants to highlight the added value, again, from the profession and the use of an accountant to his clients.
Well, I mean,
that was the third investment that we have done as an institute in digitalization.
I mean, that's very concrete examples. I mean, where did the ideas for these come from? Is it from members, from small organizations?
From discussions, hearing from members for the board, from different kind of people, from myself sometimes, yes.
Okay, and so what are the next steps in the digital world with your firm, with the Institute? What's the, let's say, 5-year, 10-year plan?
Well, the first thing that we do in our office now is installing a robot for answering the questions from our clients directly on the platform.
Of course.
And the second thing we are doing slowly is starting with using more our data themselves. And we have a lot of data of our client. We are not that big. Like I've told, we are working with 30 employees, but nevertheless, it's more than 1,300 clients, and in which we know that we have a lot of data. Because something that a lot of people do estimate, I hope I'm spelling it right, is that now, because in the past we were not able to go to companies which have their own, we had a lot of companies, but not too much. They had 2-3 people inside their company itself who was doing the administration and the bookkeeping. But now with the digitalization, we can offer as a small company very quickly and say to the entrepreneur himself, sorry, those people doesn't need anymore to work for you. It's our company, our accounting firm that can deliver that services. And so therefore we are convinced that we can offer more services to more clients, more advice to more clients, and more security, more assurance to more clients. And we are convinced that in our profession, we will not have less work, but a lot of more work. And the difficulty that we have as a company as today, we have a lot of wishes, a lot of ideas, but finding people, employees, is the most difficult thing in our profession today.
And is it because they're not highly skilled enough, for example, for this tech world?
No, because a lot of young people, and it is a bit, I'm finding it is, but it is the truth, sellers of tools of organizations, now selling of tools of bookkeeping tools, have always said, oh, bookkeeping is going away. It's not necessary anymore to study for bookkeeping because it's one of the professions that will disappear in 10 years. I'm convinced it's not true. It's the opposite. We will be able to give more services than 10 years ago, than 5 years ago. Do you know when I started, I've told you I've sold my first computer for 6,200 euros at that time. And at that moment I was in a room and they have explained all the possibilities that you have today at that time, 30 years ago. They explained, oh, a computer can do that, a computer can do that. And I was in the room and everybody said to each other, whoa, what we will do in 30 years? We will have no work anymore. The computer will do everything. You know, 30 years later in our profession, we are with a lot of more people than 30 years ago. I believe today, I'm a very believer of that. In 30 years, some people will be in a room or another place and will say to another person in the room, you know, 30 years ago, some were afraid of our profession that would disappear. And the truth is, nevertheless, we are with a lot of more people than 30 years ago. And I'm convinced of that. And therefore, the difficulty is that when we go to schools, to universities today to look to young people, then we see that there is, and it's a pity, a lot of less people who are starting in the study for accountancy. And that's a very pity, because there is a lot of work to do in the future.
Okay, that's a positive note. Have we questions for Bart from the room? Or any reflections that have been sparked off by what we've been talking about? I don't think I've ever met such a shy audience. Yes, we have a question here.
No, we must throw the mic, I suppose. No.
Oh, you know what? You are. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. When you get it, you speak into this bit. I knew it.
Well, here it is. Yeah, you were addressing that you were investing in your automation and you give it away freely.
The unified by invoicing, yes.
Yes, I can imagine that you work in this way. But what did you get in return? And it's not a financial question, but it's more a matter of how do you envision this?
Yes. The first thing that you need to know, it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration. It's not a collaboration. It's a contract in which we are the owner by the institute. And we have asked to several fintech players in the world, can you offer us as a possibility? And you must know it's free, that it's for sure. But if you want supplementary possibilities as a firm, I give you an example. The possibility to now in the contracts, it's mentioned that we will keep your invoices for 1 to 3 years freely. But if you want to have your invoices saved by the system, the tool, for example, for more than 20 years, they can offer that to you. And that's the way we're going to finance a small part of it. The second part it's financed is by the payment. The fintech player behind it is giving it to us. Do you know, we as an institute have paid the first part, that you must know. We have done the investment for starting the system. But I hope in 2020 it will be over. And the second part is the payment in Europe. And that's really now, the payment is not only given to banks, the possibility is given now to every player in the world. And so this player, this fintech player, will offer, has the possibility, that's the only thing that which is mentioned in the contract, has the possibility to send once a mail to this company, which is at access to the Unified Base Tracing project, and they will offer to them the possibility to do also payments. It's not an obligation, it's a possibility. And therefore, with this idea, the fintech player itself invests together with us in this system.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir. And you can throw that blue thing behind you.
Hi, Bart.
Hi.
Hi. You mentioned it's on the verge of the issue we are discussing, but you mentioned the difficulty, the main difficulty for the accountancy profession in Belgium is the young people that do not choose accountancy.
Yes.
And when we see all during the day how much we are on the à la pointe on the issue of innovation, how do you explain that people don't choose?
Yeah, it's really true. It's true. Because there was at a point, at one moment, I believe, you must take some, I think 4 or 5 years ago, there was a study of 2 American professors which said at one moment that our profession will be over for 98% certainty in 20 years. And that was one of the reasons that study was sent to a lot of schools, to a lot of universities all over the world. And what was one of the reasons why we have seen that some university and high schools at that moment said, oh, we are not sure that this is a good idea for our young people to say, would you really want to study that for accountancy? And truly, it's one of the main reasons, I suppose, I'm not very sure, but for me, myself, it's one of the main reasons why young people doesn't make the choice of going to accountancy. And it's a failure, you know, because I'm very convinced that accountancy has a long way to go for the future, because we need to give to companies certainty by giving them the assurance tools that we have, certainly that's, but also the able of the human to give and to feel, to accept, to discuss with the client and give to that client advice, so that, like I've said, it's about the study, the PhD study that gives the idea that our profession is very important, that companies themselves can make a lot of more profit. And that story, this story of mutual understanding, must be told in university, must be told in high schools, to convince young people that our profession has a long and very important role to play in the future.
I think it's like we said, it's about trust and the advice that people actually trust.
Yes.
I suppose like when you look at the medical profession, a lot of the diagnosis is done digitally by feeling in the symptoms, but people aren't going to trust a machine to diagnose them.
No, yeah.
Any more questions? Yes, lady here towards the back.
They are not going to throw.
Yes, I can try.
It's a pity, eh?
Some of us are very bad throws.
How have you been able to deal with any concerns about the security and the integrity of the information that you're storing, and reassure people that it won't be subject to any kind of corruption or cyber attack?
Now you're talking about me as a firm or as an institute?
Well, probably as the institute, if you're offering this.
But by everything and all what we do, huh? When you have a computer, you have a problem. How do you work with your passwords? Have you a lot of security on your password? Do you change a lot of your passwords? It's starting by yourself. You know, that's true. Eh? Also, there are risks, but the risk is also there. Was there in the past when you have a building which is a firm? There was a risk of fire. How do you solve the risk on fire? We have installed everything, because in the past we have started without an installation to give you an idea there was a fire, and to how do you call it, when there was a fire, to spoil the water on it. Sparkle, how do you call
Spray.
it? Right. So afterwards, after years, we have seen that you need to protect yourself for fire. And that's the same thing that you need to do in the digitalization world. You need to protect yourself. And first, okay, there will be one of us, we will say, oh, there is a problem. And therefore, we will invent new things to protect ourselves. And I'm not afraid, because once something happens, we are so inventive to find a solution to everything. And therefore, I'm convinced also for those problems, we will find a solution.
But good question, though. I mean, cybersecurity has to underpin everything we do.
It is.
Okay, any more questions? Yes.
Good afternoon. Earlier in your speech, you talked about robotics.
Yeah.
And my question is more for like small accounting firm, because you mentioned robotics, and I would like to know if it's something you have already done in your firm, or it's a project.
It's a project.
And what, in your opinion, what would be the approach? Because we know as an accountant we are a trusted party for the client. Would there any limit in terms of digitalization of the relationship between the accountants and the client? Because don't you think at one time we also need to keep like a human part of the relationship? What's your opinion on that?
It's true. I'm for human relationship between, certainly as a small firm, to our clients. But nevertheless, to be open to a more large entity of people, not only to our clients, we want to install a robot for questions which are asked by students, which are asked by not clients, to give directly an answer made by the robot. That's the first thing. That's a project now we are really in and really investing in. The second automatization that we do in robotization at our company, in our firm, is starting with the administration of our organization to functions that we, every month, we do the same things perhaps, every week, every day. And we are now making an inventory of all the things that we really repeat yearly, weekly, monthly. And we are looking to invest part by part. And so not only by himself, we are not doing this by ourselves, we are doing this with several robots. And we are looking to gain time, because we don't find people anymore. And therefore we need to gain time to do other tasks. And that's the only thing why we are doing it. Because when we would find more people, we wouldn't really invest that lot in robotization of our tasks. And so the relationship must be, and will still, in the future, still be human. But all the tasks that we have done in the past, which we can gain time, will be robotized.
Okay. Yes, another question down the back. Oh, one here first, since it's closest to the mic, and then we will come over to this side.
Thank you. It's a subject which gave me more questions.
I have two questions, really. You've obviously invested heavily in technology in your firm. What percentage of your income do you spend on technology? And has it made you more profitable than your competitors, or is it sort of just keeping pace?
We don't look to a percentage. As a firm, we don't look to a percentage, because that changes. We invest in, how do they call it, in 1 year we won't invest for 2-3 years, we will every year invest. Certainly in all what that is digitalization, but as a small firm, it's about a circle of, let us say, 5-6 years in which we more invest than we implement, and then you don't invest that a lot again. We convince our employees to use it, and therefore you can't change anything. Like I've said, it's about the human factor, and you need to convince also your employees to use the tools that you invest in it, and that takes time. And therefore, like I've said, it's your client takes time, it's your employee who wants time to adapt himself to the new situation. So it's not about percentage, it's about amounts, and if it's necessary, we invest all the profit that we make, because it's very important for the future that we invest. That's one part. And your second question was?
How do you compare to your competitors?
Certainly. Like I've said, we have started more than 20 years ago, and then we were one of the first players, which was really to the digitalization of our office, and we want to stay ahead, no doubt about it.
Okay, and there was another, yeah.
Okay. I very much applaud you on your digital attitude, if I can call it that, or your technological attitude, but let me pour a little bit of water into your wine.
Yes, please.
hung up with is the trust part, the human part you're talking about. What I'm going to say is perhaps it's not true for auditing or assurance. It certainly holds true with the history of 50 years under its belt for financial markets and especially investing. Also, as humans, we're good at identifying information, but we're bad at integrating, meaning calculating it.
Yep.
And so the physician who is looking into a computer may get bad credits for being uncertain in the eyes of a patient, but it's absolutely the way to go for. Look into a larger statistical database. And from that respect, I'm a psychologist, so when I hear people sort of say it's mutual understanding, I wonder what is that supposed to mean, mutual understanding. We never notice when we assume we understand each other. But do we, and does it matter? A computer doesn't need that. So this is perhaps a provocation to you, but I think as much as I applaud you on your digital attitude and your leadership and your innovation spirit that goes back into the years when we had something like a 286 computer that was probably a stronger machine than the one you started off with, I would caution us, at least in financial markets, there's an overconfidence. We know everything, we calculate everything, and we can do it all, and then we are being outperformed by machines. And that is currently the sad history of financial markets, where up to 50% of all assets under management are managed passively. In other words, without any human intervention, unless you mean somebody writing the algorithm who does the job later on.
Yeah, I'm not agree to what you're saying. You know, in Belgium, I give the example of Belgium, and I do agree when you look to very large companies itself. But I'm losing the time.
We can finish up this thoughts before we move on.
Because in Belgium, you know, 99.6% of the companies in Belgium are small and medium enterprises, self-employed, incalculated, and that means that people are behind that company, and an accountant. You know, everybody which is running a company doesn't have the capacity, the possibility to be able to, when they see figures, to make a good conclusion about those figures. And therefore, the accountant profession is a very good help for 99.6% of those entrepreneurs in Belgium. And therefore, I'm convinced you can change the world by digitalization, but you can't change anything about human capacity to tell to people how he can understand figures. And you can be able, with all the tools in the future, make him a very good, how do you call it, a screen with all the figures and graphics and so on, that he will be able to see, oh, okay, it must be good, but what do I need to do now? When I see all the questions that clients send to us by mail, by phone, when I see the question that they want to have an answer on, without an accountant, even in 10 years, I'm convinced they will be able to have more information thanks to the digitalization, because I'm convinced that digitalization is a very good help and an instrument for all of us, even for our clients, but nevertheless, the relationship between the client and the accountant will always stay. That I'm convinced.
Okay, well, let us leave it there. Thank you so much, Bart. You've answered an awful lot of questions. Thank you. And I'm sure in answer to that question, Matt would suggest from this morning that in 50 years we'll all have an added bit of a memory chip put in our brains, so we'll be post-human at that point. We're now at this is the final stage of our straightforward interventions and discussions, and I really thank all the speakers here today for giving us such an engaging discussion. But it's now my great pleasure to call back to the stage Olivier Boutelis, the CEO of Accountancy Europe, because we are going into this evening's sort of award ceremony, which will see you straight through to the reception. So I will hand over to you now, Olivier, for the celebratory mode. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, thank you very much. And the hand was for Jennifer, not for me, yeah? Okay? So, well, thank you very much for moderating the event. I think indeed we are reaching the time of celebrations now. And you've seen, I think Bart was a perfect example of how the profession is innovating and how our member bodies are taking this agenda forward. So we thought it was time actually to create an award and give a big thank you to these member bodies who are particularly innovating. And to do that, we've called someone who's always had a great interest in innovation and technology, someone who's been a friend of the profession, and someone who has been really leading thinking in the European Parliament on technology. It's my great pleasure to welcome on stage my good friend Eva Kaili.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I have to say that besides being a good friend is basically one of the reasons that I have your support and help for the legislation. So I'm really happy because actually we worked a lot on the fintech file, and having you close to us to make sure that we will not do the wrong things, but we will be smart around that. It would be really important for me, and you helped us achieve that. So I'm very pleased to be among you with Accountancy Europe presenting actually the first ever digitalization award, the first ever I ever presented. And since I've been working a lot on digital economy, I think this is really important because it shows that the accountancy profession is stepping up to meet also the demand of digital age faster than anyone else. And I think a lot will follow your example. So making the best use of technology is really crucial for your profession, and also to continue to contribute to society. Professional bodies such as Accountancy Europe, we have 51 members, right? They are essential partners to help Europe accountants, auditors, advisors, and politicians to evolve and meet the challenges of an increasingly digitalized society. A lot of SMEs, a lot of companies in Europe, they cannot get it, and they really need good advice, and they cannot be misled, and sometimes legislation changes so fast in the European but also national level that I think it's really important to have this platform. Working a lot also on blockchain and artificial intelligence. Today I had 5 events for artificial intelligence in the European Parliament. That was weird. It's like the digital day for you, but in the Parliament there was nothing really special. And we had 5 events, working groups, discussions among parties and with the industry, with NGOs. It was really very interesting for me to see all these people showing interest now. So I think it's very timely to give these awards, and there were 17 projects that were actually nominated for this award from the Accountancy Europe's member bodies. And the time to embrace future is now, so it's great to see so many strong initiatives in the running for this award. You can read more about these projects. You have the brochure about all of them, and you have received it. And so I will not talk about the projects a lot, but I will just say that the nominations are divided in basically 2 categories. One is the member states. So we have better service to members, 1 million European accountants in total. And the SME tools, to provide practical tools for accountants to better serve SMEs. In the member services, I will start by saying who are the winners. So, I don't know if you already know, so I don't know if I should delay, but I will go first from the bronze. We have 2 winners there. It's FAR Sweden with the project FAR Online Remake, and CIMA UK with the project Future of Finance campaign. So please come to receive your award. Thank you so much. Okay. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You had tough competition. And I will also call the Silver Award. So it's Termob Turkey with the project Look at I messed up. I went to the SME tools. So we have a silver of Turkey with the project Luca Geneti, but wait, don't come up. First I have the member services silver, DNR Norway with the project Digitalization Academy. We have somebody to receive the award, yes? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bravo. Did you know, all of you? Yes, you knew. Okay, so I didn't mess up. The Gold Award is going to CPA from Ireland with the project Learning Through Online Platforms. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Ireland actually has been an example for Greeks in how they were dealing with the crisis, so definitely very developed in the financial sector. And I have to leave now or not?
I think you can let Trish say something about her initiative.
Yes? Okay. So I will give you the floor, and then maybe we should take a photo together now, so that you will stay alone. So I'll stay with you. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Now the floor to the lady with the gold award. Thank you so much.
Okay. Obviously, I knew we were winning the award because I have a very short little speech with me, and if you don't mind, I'm going to read it directly from my notes. My name is Patricia O'Neill. I'm Director of Member Services of CPA Ireland. I also have today with me our Director of Business Development and two of my team, Roisin and Aisling, without whose dedication, hard work and creativity we wouldn't actually have been here in the first place. I'd like to thank Accountancy Europe and all our peer bodies within Europe that voted for these awards and for voting for our initiative. We have over 4,000 members and 100,000 SMEs are advised by our members, so it's really important to us that we provide a high-level CPD opportunities. So for us, globally, education is changing. It is not just a once-off experience, but a lifelong, continuous journey. And it's the ambition of CPA Ireland to bring this immersive, lifelong learning to CPA Ireland members through our Digital First initiative. In 2018, we launched a new brand with the core values of credible, open, assured, and forward-thinking. And in keeping with those values, we intend to be credible in our education provision and forward-thinking in the learning channels we provide. We want to use learning and development technology to empower both the educators and the learners to create their own learning environment. Our aim is to build a seamless digital ecosystem that is customizable to our members' specific needs and flexible enough to fit in with their home and work lives. We are cognizant of the importance of digitally competent organisations, and we are dedicated to providing the tools necessary to educators and students to grow this digital competency. Digital First and Learning and Development means designing courses specifically for online learning rather than transplanting a classroom course online, and this is the next step in our journey. So, as you can see, this is our dashboard for our system. We use it on both computers and on smart technology. In today's digital world, our online experience for members and students is essential. So this system, Canvas, provides us with the building blocks needed to create a platform with a fully customizable and interoperable unit. It organizes all of the tools and resources into one location that can be accessed at any time or any place from a computer or smart device. This allows our members to maximize their learning experience. Just to give you a brief idea of how Canvas works, these are a few of the tools available. The first is Nudge. So Nudge uses artificial intelligence to help our students engage and to create learning habits. The notifications sent by Nudge can provide a scaffolding for students to assist them with their learning. And as their learning methodologies improve, they get less nudges and their nudges decrease. We also have an assessment tool. So Canvas allows us to streamline the assessment process by allowing for a range of different assessment methods, including quizzes, assignments, collaboration, and also allows for the entire assessment cycle from submission to feedback to be done through a single platform. Our digital staff room. So digital confidence permeates all levels, and this digital staff room on Canvas provides a resource for trainers that prevents any technological gaps and creates a framework to build confidence amongst all staff using Canvas. The Accreditable allows Canvas to integrate effortlessly with several external tools. This includes Accreditable, which allows learners to generate certificates, badges, micro-accreditations that can be shared across all social media. And finally, our Portfolio tool creates an e-portfolio where learners can showcase their achievements, their projects, their competencies, and use these to demonstrate lifelong learning and enhance their careers. It is our belief that professional bodies should provide high-quality digital learning environments for their members, and this accolade from Accountancy Europe and our peer bodies isn't the finish line for us, it's the starting one. We will continue to work with our members and our Canvas system to provide a creative, interactive, digital-first learning space. So thank you, and thank you for the award.
Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much. And now it's the time for the awards for the SME tools. The winners are, for the Bronze, IAB Belgium with a project unified by invoicing. You would have to read it correctly, so please come. Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Well, just by the title, I understand you're actually solving an important problem that we have by invoicing. So the Silver Award, as I said before, goes to Turkey, Termov, with the project Luca Denetim. Come for your award. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. And the final gold award actually has two winners. C&D CEC, Italy? No? It's not like this. You have to explain us. Thank you. With the Project Hub B2B e-invoicing portal. Congratulations. How do I pronounce it?
CNDC.
CNDC, okay. So CNDC, congratulations. And ECIAB Belgium with the project Electronic Securities Registered. Congratulations. Two.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And so two projects, congratulations. I think you deserve to have the floor, the gold awards. And I want to thank you on my behalf, because actually you're helping us a lot with things that we have to do in Europe in order to facilitate innovation for SMEs, but you have a deep knowledge. We sometimes try to create problems for you, but this also creates an opportunity to get new solutions and awards. Thank you.
Thank you. I read because of my awful English. The service proposed is a B2B e-invoicing portal set up by the Italian National Council of Commercialisti for the benefit of its members and for the clients of the commercialisti. It is a tailor-made solution in line with most recent regulation imposing digitalization in the taxation field. From the 1st of January, in Italy, the law has extended mandatory e-invoices requirement to all categories of operation. The National Council of Commercialisti has decided to address this challenge by providing a general solution for the commercialisti and their clients. The system is especially conceived for SME as MPS users. It represents a concrete approach to the challenge of responding as a profession to the simplification of the admin burden by supporting the commercialista in the delivery of the new mandatory service. Each user, the accountant and its client, can manage its activity through the portal, issues the invoice, validation, transmission, reporting, legal conservation, and archive. All is submitted to the authorization to the account. The portal is a nimble and efficient interface with the National Government Portal, SDI, used by the state to collect and analyze the invoice and is directly interfaced with the bookkeeping cycle. The governmental portal is between the supplier and the client. The SDI receives the invoice before the customer. The infrastructural cost is sustained entirely by the National Council of Commercialisti. The portal is personalized for each commercialista so that the client, upon entering, will see the council logo, but also that of his own commercialista. Each accountant can manage the service freely, offering a tailored proposition to his own client, and can even define its own model of cost sharing with the customers. The portal provides the opportunity to reduce significantly the cost of providing this required service that at national level is potentially very high one for 100,000 of commercialisti and the client of them. Currently, there are about 25,000 users. Thank you.
Dear President, dear members of Accountancy Europe, dear guests, it's a real honor for us as Belgium Institute of Tax Advisors and Accountants, and especially for me as chairman, to accept those two prizes, a bronze prize and a gold prize today. Many years ago, we at the board of the Belgium Institute of Tax Advisors and Accountants made the decision to help our members navigate their way into the digital future. We do this by organizing sessions on the new working methods and organization of the profession on the one hand, and developing software applications to make their professional life more agreeable and fulfilling. The first project that we have done, like I explained, was Be Excellent, a tool to help accountancy firms to create a perfectly organized office. And the second, which have received now a bronze prize, is the second project, Unified by Invoicing. All of the accountants or accountancy firms' clients receive free invoice mailbox, which can be used and sent for sending and receiving invoices free of charge. Unified by Invoicing shows us the value and importance of organizations such as Accountancy Europe and transnational cooperation. For this project, piloted in Belgium, will be introduced for all accountants in France as of the 1st of January 2020. And today, Germany, Italy and Spain are also interested in implementing and working together with this tool. And finally, today, our guest of honor, the Gold Prize eStocks, the electronic securities register that aims to draw attention to yet another part of our accountancy profession, namely providing assurance. The shares register in Belgium used to be a paper document which unfortunately was sometimes the subject of abuse. The eStocks initiative, developed together with the notary, aims to prevent this abuse in the future. The profession will therefore give increased assurance to all third parties wanting to obtain knowledge from this data from this secured registers. Three important tools for the accountant, but last but not least, for our profession. And today, eStocks is a winner. In fact, we are all winners because our strength is in the collaboration and the strengthening of our profession for the outside world. I would like to thank you all for this award. This means a lot for our institute, but we are all convinced that these tools can create added value for us all in Europe together, which is why I would like to make warm a plea for consultation and partnerships together with all those tools. Thank you very much. We give a small explanation now for this register, I suppose. Yes or not? Do we have enough time, or it's not necessary? No, not necessary. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the winners and thank you for playing the game of a competition. For some reason, I've been asked to offer conclusions to this event, and I'm sure you will agree with me that with all the things that we've heard today, there is no conclusion that can be offered. And I'm not trying to escape the exercise, but really I think one of the learning points, at least for me today, is that there are loads of information and a real difficulty to find our way in this maze of information. And I wanted to, I've made a couple of notes during the events, not on paper, but, so I'm following your example, I'm taking notes on my little machine here. But I think you in particular, Bart, were very, very right in outlining the importance, the critical importance of the human factor in this whole discussion on technology. Now, there was also one point this morning that really struck me, which basically was telling us that there are lots of possibilities and solutions out there. You had this presentation this morning, and I must say I still feel dizzy with the amount of technology solutions that are on offer, I would say. But at the same time, the most striking point from this presentation for me was that as much as we have a lot of solutions, there is little action and little implementation. And that was, I think, at the heart of the discussion that we had on the impact of technology and the environment. And I think it is not only that we see little action, it's that we see even less, I think, adequate and impactful action on this particular topic. So when it comes to technology, I think it is also important that we remain cool, calm, and collected, and use our brains, our human brains, as Bart was saying, to judge what it is that we're looking at, and keep our capacity to debunk, I think, a few myths. And I've noted a few. I mean, we started the day with a wonderful picture of a young lady in front of a field, and we heard all the things that she could be doing in 1 hour in the middle of this field, She could test herself for cancer in 25 years, great information. She could deal, with a couple of friends on the other side of the world, and etc., etc. And the point I was made was that in the past, before all these technologies offered all these possibilities, she could just maybe have spent an hour looking at a butterfly. Well, the problem is that today she's not going to look at a butterfly. There are no butterflies anymore, okay? Butterflies are disappearing from the surface of the planet. And that is a consequence. It's not that I like butterflies in particular. It is just an indication that 75% of our land is totally degraded. 75%. So this young lady sitting in a field may have plenty of possibilities for her iPhone, but very soon she's going to have a very sad place to inhabit and maybe pretty awkward food if you see this artificial fish. Now then we had a discussion on China, the country that is benefiting the most from artificial intelligence. Well, we still need to use our human brains to judge what these benefits are. And the benefits I see of artificial intelligence in China are all about social surveillance and oppression. Is that the kind of benefits that we want? Is that what artificial intelligence will tell us? Or is that what our human judgment will tell us? We talked a lot about cars, boys like cars. Cars and electronic cars and autonomous cars. Now, the reality is that we can talk as much as we want about cars, but if we have electric and autonomous cars, and each and every one of us here have a car, we don't have the road capacity to put all these cars on the road. All right? So I think that is also a few things that I believe we need to keep in mind. And when you look at things on the slightly longer term, and if you read the literature that is produced not by Greenpeace or other groups, but by the OECD. What you're reading and what the OECD economists are saying is that despite the development of digital technology, productivity growth, labor productivity, and multi-factor productivity have declined in the past decades. So what I mean by sharing these thoughts is that outlining basically the importance of the human factor, but more than that, the human judgment. I think it is critically important we do that. And I think this morning it was also reminded when we talked about the carbon emissions of digital technology. There are plenty of numbers that are going around. One of the numbers I noted here is that the carbon emissions of digital services amount more or less to 4%, of our carbon emissions, i.e. something that is equivalent to the aviation industry. That is not the number you need to keep in mind. The number you need to keep in mind is that this is increasing between 9 and 10% every year. And that is where I think the threat is coming. It is not so much by today's emission that are the problem. It is the pace and the rate of growth of these emissions that are going to put us more quickly than we think into a deadlock. And that, again, is outlining, I think, the importance of judgment. And I think today's conversation have shown that we're dealing with particularly complex issues. So how do we do that? Well, I think we need to get out of this complexity and move on, as we said, from where we are to action and implementation that is much needed. Well, we need experts. We need experts with a skeptical mind. We need experts with ethical judgment. We need experts with multidisciplinary expertise. We need experts who are independent in their mind. We need experts who abide to very high-level ethical standards. And that, I think, is where the profession can really make the difference to this agenda. But the time is pressing. And I hope that today's event helped you look at these issues in a different way. Now, today's event would not have been possible without the Accountancy Europe team, the contributions of our members. I said I would try to keep the conclusions short, so I would just like now to invite the real queen of the day on stage, the person without whom this event would not have been possible, my colleague Eleni. Please, Eleni, bring us to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier, for these nice words. The good news is that I don't have a speech, and I'm the last speaker. I just have a couple of slides to share with you, because we would like to come back to what our president mentioned in his opening remarks on the actual carbon footprint of our event. So today we have heard a lot about the impact of technology to our professional lives and also to the environment. And we cannot hide away from the fact that running an event has a carbon footprint. So in Accountancy Europe, we have approached a number of experts and asked them to measure the carbon footprint of the digital day, taking into account all the unstable factors an event can include. And the result was, yes, it's here. So with today's event, we have actually spent about 19 metric tons of carbon emissions just by being here for some hours. And if we want to understand a bit better what does this mean, this would be equivalent to 4 passenger cars driven for 1 year, 2.3 homes energy for 1 year, and about 10 kilos of coal burned. So this is quite significant. And what can we actually do to offset this? Well, in Accountancy Europe, we are working on our own CSR policy, our own corporate social responsibility, and we are trying to introduce a number of internal policy to make sure we reduce our impact to the environment. To give you an idea, this means that we have banned plastic bottles from the use in the office. We are trying to reduce food waste when we're organizing events. We have introduced vegetarian meals when we're organizing events. The team is volunteering for society, and something that is not that obvious but it's equally important, we are trying to use what is already available, and we are trying to moderate our business needs. But of course, we are always trying to become better, and we would like to invite you to share any ideas you have for us, any projects that you would like to propose on Slido, to give us the opportunity to assess how we can offset the impact of the digital day, but also of future events.